Underneath the sheets. It's in his head. It's in his head. He wishes he could fix what's in his head. What's in his head. He breaks his heart in every dream where they both kiss underneath the sheets. What a beautiful dream. Oh, when he plays pretend. It's in his head. It's in his head. He wishes he could fix what's in his head. What's in his head. He breaks his heart in every dream where they both kiss underneath the sheets. What a beautiful dream. And he plays pretend. It's in his head. It's in his head. He wishes he could fix what's in his head. What's in his head. He breaks his heart in every dream where they both kiss underneath the sheets. What a beautiful dream.
Hello, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. I've been so busy today. I'm sorry I'm so late. I made a bean dip because I couldn't figure out what to eat. So I made like it was really easy. I just threw some refried beans and some sour cream and some hot sauce and mixed it all together and put it in the oven for like 15 minutes and then melted some cheese on top and then just ate a bunch of chips and bean dip, and it was really, really good. A bin dip? Hello! Hello, 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 everybody. How you doing, folks? Hello, Little Morphine Annie. Hello, Eleanor. Hello, Benjamin Kessler. Hello, John Bogardus. Hello, Malachi. Hot farts? What? No. Hello, Brianna Huffman. Hello, Meadow Sweet Flowers. Hello, German Cow JJ. Hello, Zarina Chess. Hello, Cross Crescent Creed. Hello, The Guy. Hello, Mr. Miyagi. Hello, Salmon Moose.
How can we all have died at the same time?
Hello, Erica. Hello, LB. Hello, Punky Gal. Hello, Holly Hoomst. Hoomst among us. Hello, Trains and Bullshit. Hello, one and all. I think I've gotten all of the hellos out. In that cozy sweater of yours, you're reminding me a lot of Bones from Animal Crossing. I don't know who that character is. Bones, Animal Crossing. Oh, she's so cute. Or he's so cute. They're so cute. There we go. Hello, Penny Auntie. Chili oil on the bean salad. Ooh, spicier. Hello, Monica G. Looks really warm. It's like 80 in my apartment. I made my apartment chilly, and then I went and worked out a lot and got really cold because I got really sweaty. And so in order to counteract the cold, I put on a sweater. That's my story. I worked out for 2 hours and then realized that sweat actually does make you cold. It sometimes cools you off too much. Sweat makes you cold. I know, it's a crazy concept. It's like your body knows how to cool you down or something. Anyway, I turned up the air conditioning, or I like turned it so that it gets hotter in here, but I was still really cold, so. Anyway, hello, my little booblés. How we all doing? How we all doing, folks? I'm all right. Hello. I'm so glad you're doing all right. Boop, boop, boop. We have a weird show tonight. How do I want to like structure today's show? Maybe we'll start with Steve Bannon. And then we'll do not so nice news. And then we'll like palate cleanse with Star Wars. And then I'll do a story on Jamal Bowman, and then I will take you all with me down the rabbit hole. Before doing Illuminaughti. Illuminaughti will be our last adventure of the evening, I think. Start with Bree getting fired? Maybe. I don't have a ton of enthusiasm for going after her lately. Okay. So let's start with Steve Bannon. Also, wait, Paladin? Is that a Paladin I see over in Twitch chat?
Do you want to tank? Do you want to fight? Do you want a class that'll instill fright? Take up some plate and keep the goblins inside, because you want to make sure they eat this paladin smite! Fuck you, gods. If you want me to play your game of ethics, you can kiss my shiny plate mail. Alright, fine. Wait a minute, what the hell is that noise?
The end of that always gets me. Alright. Did Jimmy Dore... Oh, yeah, no, yeah, Brianna Joy Gray got fired for, I've only, like, a cursory, like, glanced at what happened, but, she apparently, like, rolled her eyes at the sister of like a victim of the October 7th attacks, who she had on her show, and I don't know like what the context of it was, but like on the face of it, that sounds pretty bad. It's not a great move. Brianna Joy Gray, the guy. All right. So, folks, that is not a news story. That is, in fact, a different. That is not correct. There we go. Let's try that again. Also, I'm going to try using my extremely advanced segment button with which I can make segments, supposedly. We did it. All right. So, folks, there's this guy named Steve Bannon, and I recently put out a video on my YouTube channel about how he wants to personally strangle democracy to death. He wants to kill it. He does not like it, and has basically dedicated his entire life to unraveling and undoing democracy in favor of far-right authoritarian dictatorships. That's essentially what he wants the United States to be. And one of the things that has been going on in Steve Bannon's life recently is that Congress called him to testify about January 6th, and he said no. And this was back in 2022. So this was a couple years ago. You might have forgotten that this even happened. Yeah, he did not answer a summons from Congress, which is actually a crime. It's called contempt of Congress. He was convicted of that back in 2022. And, well, since then, his sentence has been put on hold as he goes through the appeal process, and he's going to continue appealing the ruling. However, the federal judge who oversees the case basically has had enough of his legal shenanigans. That's the technical term for it in court of law. And yeah, it turns out he is now being ordered to report to prison by July 1st. So he technically has a little under a month to try and appeal on the next level of court, in the next circuit of courts. But basically, last month, a DC Circuit Court of Appeals panel unanimously rejected several challenges Bannon made to the case, and prosecutors immediately asked Nichols to send Bannon to prison to begin serving his sentence. And Nichols said Thursday that, given the appeals court ruling, he did not believe the basis he had for pausing Bannon's sentence exists any longer. So, Steve Bannon is going to prison, at least as of this recording. Maybe he's going to bump it up. He has sworn repeatedly that he's going to take it all the way to the Supreme Court, and he seems to think that he will win in the Supreme Court. And frankly, given the ideological spread of the Supreme Court, that is a non-zero possibility. But I'm not convinced that it's entirely that likely that it's going to get all the way up to the Supreme Court by the time he has to report to prison. So, I don't know. Today's kind of a real ladies and gentlemen, we got him situation, and I just can't. Unfortunately, I don't have that on the soundboard yet, so we'll work on that. But ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Okay? How long is his sentence? That's actually a really good question. How How long is Steve Bannon in prison? Do. Interesting. This story does not say. Let me find that. Steve Bannon sentence. Okay. He has a 4-month sentence, so he will only be spending 4 months in prison. But you know what? I'm not gonna let that ruin my day, because it's definitely ruining his day a lot more to have to report to prison by July 1st. I hope he enjoys his Pride Month before his prison sentence. Here's a quote from Steve Bannon. "I've got great lawyers, and we're going all the way to the Supreme Court if we have to. There's not a prison built or jail built that will ever shut me up." And I just have to say, Steven, I think it's going to be an awful lot harder to do your online show from inside prison. I don't think they allow people to have online podcasts in prison. I'm not 100% on that, but I don't think that that's actually going to work for you.
We'll be in and out. The mania's real, but I wasn't going to forget the pride donos. Love and
Aw.
solidarity, comrades. Red Heart Rock.
Manic Jack, thank you for the $10 dono, and thank you for being the second person to support stream, because I just noticed Paladin Lost beat you by a couple minutes with the resubscribe over on Twitch. Thank you very much, Paladin. Thank you so much, Manic Jack. There we go. I appreciate you. Thank you for supporting stream. Hello, Fall of Prywin. And good news, everybody. The fascist is going to jail. And frankly, I think the more of that happens, the better. It's not he's not like one of the highest level guys, but he was the guy who got Donald Trump elected in 2016. Steve Bannon was his campaign manager. Steve Bannon is like the guy at all of these conservative events who's out there recruiting for fascism explicitly. Omega Star, thank you for being a member for 4 months. Steve Bannon does suck. His favorite book. Oh God, what is the title of it? It's something like the Camp of the Saints, I think. Camp of the Saints. Yeah. That's like his favorite book. And if any of you know anything about Camp of the Saints, it's basically a bunch of black and brown immigrants come to Europe and destroy Western civilization, and the only hope for humanity is a collection of white people banding together against these black and brown immigrants. Are you sure it's not the Turner Diaries? Frankly, Camp of the Saints is a little bit less well-known than the Turner Diaries. I have no doubt that Steve Bannon is a big fan of the Turner Diaries as well. But I know for a fact that he adores Camp of the Saints because he talks about it all the time. It's basically like, what if you took Red Dawn but set it in Europe as a stand-in for all of Western civilization, and then just had a bunch of like black and brown people be the antagonists. That's oh no, they're coming to Europe. They're gonna it's basically what if you wrote a dystopian sci-fi novel about Great Replacement Theory, but it's actually real. Like it's essentially just a very, very loose appeal to Great Replacement Theory. Did he go with Camp of the Saints because it's less famous than the Turner Diaries? Probably. Steve Bannon is a very savvy political actor. I'm guessing he went with Camp of the Saints because there's a lot of plausible deniability to separate himself from like out and out Nazis. Which, you know, if you're a big fan of the Turner Diaries, I'm sorry, you're just a Nazi. So anyway, see ya, bozo. And I don't know, maybe there will be a moment of self-reflection in there. You know, I guess Steve Bannon went a little bit too woke, and now he's about to get a little bit too broke.
Go woke, go broke, 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 go woke, go broke.
10 out of 10. And see ya, bozo. Hey, Ivy Nova Red. Hello, Dark Slimo.
Up yours, woke moralists. We'll see who cancels who.
I just love the rhythm he has in that. Up yours, woke moralists. We'll see who cancels who. There's almost like a little lilt to it. I love it. All right. Moving right along. Getting stuff done. Da 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 da. All right. So, folks, we do have to talk about a particularly awful subject. So it's going to be a relatively short segment, but I wanted to I wanted to talk about it. It hits pretty close to home. So just as a heads up, we're going to be talking about a transphobic hate crime. So if that's not something you want to engage with, consider popping out for like 10, 15 minutes, okay? Just giving you a content warning. Yes, it is an upsetting story. All right. So, folks, there has been, unfortunately, a transphobic hate crime that took place in Minnesota. And as many of you know, I live in Minnesota. This took place in a place called Hopkins, which is not at all far away from where I live. It's been very big in my mental space today. And it's getting the coverage of like the prominent local news media. And it's about a trans girl named Cobalt Sovereign. And I just want to say right off the bat, what an absolutely badass name. What, you know, I feel like trans names went through a period of like, you know, kind of cringe. And now I feel like we're coming back around to like, we're giving ourselves main character names. And you know what? I love that for us. Okay? Cobalt Sovereign. My goodness, what a great name. Unfortunately, there's been bad news, which is that Cobalt Sovereign was assaulted at her school by another student after using the restroom. And I mean, like this headline has been going around, and I have no words. My teeth exploded. Transgender teen describes school attack. Also, just shout out to Jana Shortle, who's been doing really great reporting in the Twin Cities area for a very long time about LGBTQ stories. So very, very well done on her part. So last week, I'm going to give you guys kind of a summary of the events that took place. In Cobalt Sovereign School, there are like family bathrooms, there are gender inclusive bathrooms. However, they are not the normal bathrooms. They're located in very specific parts of the school. And if you've never been in like a Midwest high school, they're huge. You know, they can have thousands of high school students at them, you know. And that means that if there are only a couple of these bathrooms, you can be walking for like 5 minutes to get to the restroom that you want to go on the other side of the school, and 5 minutes back. You can't, it's not feasible to go to one if you are on a bathroom break or in between classes. It's simply just sometimes not logistically feasible to do that. And frankly, Cobalt Sovereign did not want to make people feel uncomfortable in the women's restroom. So she did what transphobes tell trans people to do, which is she used the men's room. And in doing so, while she was using the bathroom, a boy looked over the stall and called her, and I'm just gonna say it because frankly, we all need to deal with this ugliness. That boy called her a faggot. Multiple times. He looked over the stall and called her slurs. Looked at her going to the bathroom. And as she left the bathroom, he was there with 2 of his friends. And they began to have a verbal altercation because this guy was just harassing her with slurs and trying to get a reaction out of her. And when she didn't react, one of the boys, and it's not entirely clear if it was the boy who looked over the stall or if it was one of the other boys, suddenly full force clocked her to the side of the face, right on the jaw. It was such a powerful punch that it broke her jaw in 2 places and caused one of her molars to, in her own words, explode. She felt the shards of her tooth in her mouth. Here is her version of events. I'm just gonna say this. I was attempting to use the restroom and actually didn't get to until an hour later at the hospital, she said. In the bathroom, he looked over the stall directly where I was attempting to use the bathroom, and that is where he initially called me a faggot in the first place. She says that this student allegedly said it several more times. I left the bathroom and got it in myself to confront the kid verbally, she said. He had no reason to have anything against me. I've never talked to him, never done anything negative to him, and I was insulted and then eventually hit in the jaw. So she had never interacted with this kid before. She might not have even known who this kid was, because in schools like this, again, thousands of high school students can go to these schools. My graduating class was like over 4,000. Or sorry, no, my graduating class was over 1,200. I was in a school in high school that had almost 5,000 kids in it. So it is entirely possible she had no idea who this kid even was. And because this took place outside of the bathrooms, there is in fact video, which I do not have, and even if I did, I would not show you, of this trans girl getting jumped at school. Now, luckily, the local police are investigating this as a hate crime, so it is being treated seriously. Cobalt's mother was shown the video and had this to say: "I saw just what she described. She comes out of the bathroom and there's these 3 kids. They are clearly getting to her and around her, and then one of them hit her while she's just standing there. Hit her very hard." So they just cold clocked her in the face. Jedi, are you trying to argue in my chat right now that like it's totally normal for someone to look over a bathroom stall at someone going to the bathroom in like what? Yeah, that I don't know about you. If you peek over a stall at someone in the bathroom, that's frankly, I would say that's illegal on some level. It's totally normal to use self-defense. Are you saying that the kids who punched her in the face were doing it in self-defense? I'm trying to make sure I'm on the same page as you. I'm trying to make sure I understand. Oh, she should have used self-defense. Gotcha. Yeah, I don't know that there would have been a case for self-defense had she had she just started punching him in the bathroom. And frankly, I would not advise anyone to do that in a bathroom because, again, there's not going to be footage that supports your side of that engagement. Honestly, making sure that she gets out of the bathroom into the hallway where there's documented evidence of what is transpiring, that's the smart move. That's the smart move. Like if you're going to engage with them at all, do it where there are witnesses. That's either very lucky or very smart. Yeah. So luckily she has video evidence now that the police have to take action on. And yeah, it's one of the heartbreaking things about this story was what she said after this. In this story, Cobalt went on to say, "It makes me incredibly uncomfortable to be in the men's bathroom. I would rather be uncomfortable than make other people uncomfortable by using the women's bathroom." And that's so sad. She should be able to use the bathroom. This would not have happened, by the way, if she had been able and felt comfortable and been affirmed in using the women's bathroom. This would not have happened. Instead, she she felt like she had to use the men's room, which is what transphobes always tell us to do, by the way. And the inevitable result of that was simply being assaulted anyway. Because that's the entire point. Like, this entire story demonstrates exactly what trans people have been saying over and over and over again about bathroom bills, about all of these strange steps that conservatives want to take regarding, like, trans people in public. And that is, if we actually followed those bathroom bills, if we actually had to use, trans women had to use the men's room, trans men had to use the women's room, we would just be outing ourselves constantly and getting assaulted constantly. It basically creates a scenario where trans people cannot go out in public because if they have to use the bathroom, well, the only real viable option is to piss ourselves or shit our pants. That's it. That's what we got. Because guess what? Doing those embarrassing things, being publicly embarrassed by having an incident like that, would still be preferable to getting the shit beat out of us for using the bathroom. These bathroom bills are designed, and these bathroom policies are designed by transphobes deliberately to push us out of public life. And this story exemplifies that. And I do want to say, I want to give credit to Minnesota. Minnesota does not have these bathroom bills. But this story exemplifies what would happen if it did. And if Minnesota had better, more inclusive policy regarding transgender students, this incident would not have happened because Cobalt Sovereign could have just used the women's restroom. This is a failure of academic school district policy. This is why inclusive policy matters. This is why inclusive language matters. Because that inclusive language then dictates how people choose to act. By using that inclusive language, by using inclusive policy, we make students safer. We make people in hospital settings safer. We make people in general safer. And
show of
just as like a little bit, so we're not just ending on rage. Minnesota's local news stations do I think a very good job. And here's just a short story of kind of how the community reacted to this news story.
Report today for a transgender student allegedly assaulted at Hopkins High School. A rally was held outside the high school for the teenager. Tonight, we know Minnetonka police are investigating what happened as a possible hate crime.
Kaya Edwards was at that rally. She joins us now with the story. Kaya?
The injured student is a junior at Hopkins, and she wasn't at that rally, but her older brother was. And he says last week she was punched so hard she had to get jaw surgery.
It's the last week of school, and students are walking out early, not to get a head start on summer,
Protect trans youth!
but to rally.
Protect trans youth! Protect trans youth!
Queer Equity Institute and Transforming Families Minnesota gathered everyone here outside Hopkins High School in support of Cobalt Sovereign.
Cobalt came out as trans in May of 2021.
Her older brother Wilder shared what he was told happened near a school restroom Thursday.
One of the children instigated Cobalt and called her.
Okay, just real quick, I know I'm obsessed with this shirt. This is a great shirt.
Happened near a school restroom Thursday.
One of the children instigated Cobalt and called her a transphobic slur or a homophobic slur that I won't repeat here. And Cobalt retorted, and in response, she was punched in the jaw.
She was hospitalized, he says, with 2 fractures and some damaged teeth.
She had to have like full-on surgery, and now that she's at home, she has to hold off on eating solid foods.
Hopkins principal emailed families alerting them of an investigation, adding, quote, "We know that even hearing a rumor that an act of violence has occurred to a member of a certain group, in this case our LGBTQ plus community, is upsetting and can be traumatizing."
To hear that this happened and the way the school reacted is just horrible to me.
And they didn't even say that they were hospitalized, which is I feel like that's something we should get in a report.
Minnetonka police say the victim called, but say an officer wasn't dispatched because classes had ended for the day and the scene wasn't active.
I'm worried for the future of trans kids at Hopkins.
School officials say,
I mean, that seems weird. Like an officer, the victim called the police, but classes were over, so they didn't send an officer. Send an officer to take a statement from the victim? Then, the officer can go into the school and look at the security cameras. Like school being over, oh, sorry, I guess we can't investigate that assault. School's over. School's Out for Summer is a song about kids. It's not supposed to be a song about cops not doing their jobs if something happens in the school. That's God. I was unaware of that detail until just now. That makes me so mad.
Say a student was immediately suspended for the rest of the school year, which means they were suspended for about a week. Any further discipline would depend on the outcome of the investigation. They can't take action until that is complete. Lauren?
They are doing an investigation. So there is an investigation taking place. It just seems like a really big oversight to not take a victim statement the day of. Yeah. All
right, Kaya, thank you. And
I just thought we're doing a lot better than we used to. And I know that might not sound great at the end of this story, but the fact that this horrible assault can happen and then the entire community comes out to rally, the school is kids from the school are coming out to show their support. That means a lot. Because for those of you out there who are a bit younger, it wasn't always like this, frankly. Even when I was growing up, it wasn't really like this. These types of assaults would happen, but they were done quietly and no one would hear about them, people would only really hear about something like this if it was completely and utterly over the top and cruel beyond measure. Again, the example that comes to my mind is Matthew Shepard. You would only really hear about these types of incidents if the victim was horrifically murdered. And even then, there weren't necessarily these solidarity communal meetups in the aftermath. And so I look at this and I feel I feel my heart is broken for the victim, but also full of hope for the future, because what happened to her is terrible. What happened to Cobalt Sovereign is terrible. But the community coming together is really beautiful, and it makes me believe that we're going to be okay. I think that's part of the value of those meetups, of those communal events. Letting both the people who go to them and the people who see them happen know that it's going to be okay. We didn't have gay bullying thing at my school, but that was mainly because our head principal was an out gay man. Yeah. So, just I wanted to put that story in front of all of you because it hits really close to home for me. It makes me nervous, but it also gives me hope, and I hope that you guys take some hope away from that story as well. Hope amid the horror, you know? Oh yeah, OS Crane at my school, like when I was in high school, which, you know, the early mid aughts, you know, I was only aware of like 2 or 3 gay kids at my high school. And obviously there were way more than that. I went to a huge high school, but there were only like 2 or 3 who were out. And like a lot of you could still have gone through that high school thinking that you'd never met a gay person. And I'm glad that we're living in a world where that's no longer the case. All right. We did it. We made it through. Whew. How we feeling? A lot has changed, like having access to this community, for example. Thank you for that, Jack, and all the people who made this possible. Well, Rhombus, I do try and make this as welcoming as I can, because I know a lot of people have not received that kind of kindness in their lives. It's one of the things that I'm acutely aware of. Oh yeah, schools are sometimes still that bad, Dylan. Absolutely. But more of them are not. You know, that there fewer of those are left now than, 10 years ago. And you know what? Maybe in another 10 years or 20 years, it'll be almost impossible to find a school like that. And that makes me really happy. Makes me really, really happy. All right. Well, folks, we have now been going for about an hour. If you've been enjoying the stream or finding it useful or informative, please consider dropping subs, donos, memberships, etc. Remember to hit the follow button if you haven't yet. Hit the subscribe button on YouTube. Like the YouTube stream. Do the things. And again, support the stream with subs, donos, memberships, all that stuff, because this show is, at the end of the day, brought to you by viewers like you. You are the ones who allow me to continue to do what I do, and I am incredibly, incredibly grateful. So yeah, consider supporting stream today. Hey, Stardust Bun. Thanks for what you do. Feeling kind of shitty, but your work is a daily upper. Thank you. Also, fuck Dr. Phil. Fuck Dr. Phil is the worst. Guys, he literally made a reality show where the premise was, what if we put a white supremacist and a black woman in the same house? Let's see how that turns out. And guys, can you guess how that turned out? It turned out bad. It turned out so bad that you can't find episodes of it anymore. Yeah, legendary lost media, House of Hate. It wasn't just a white supremacist and a black woman. It was also a very overweight man and who hates skinny people, and a very skinny woman who hates overweight people. So, it was a lot of
sag farts trats,
that.
sag farts trats, sag farts trats, sag farts trats, donos for the dono dogs.
Thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs, Salmon Moose. Is he just a bastard in general? Oh, Dr. Phil has been doing like this weird like pro-Israel thing where he's like trying to diagnose the student protests en masse. It's very bizarre. Yeah, also that the overweight guy who hates skinny people was also like really on board with the white supremacy. Yeah, no, it was a really poorly conceived show. There was also like a homophobic bigot who hates gay people and a lesbian who hates homophobes. So, you know, it was an incredible show. What a great social experiment, Dr. Phil. Diagnosing the student protests with what? I don't know. He's been like going to like the student protests and like LARPing around with like ex IDF members, and like it's been a bizarre time for sure. All right. It's time. Folks, it's time. Also, thank you to Salmon Moose in particular for answering the call to action.
How can we all have died at the same time?
Salmon Moose, thank you very much for your 5 gifted tier 1 subs. Folks, it's time. The other day, we talked a little bit about Star Wars, and I said jokingly, if you guys if you guys donate X number of subs or their dono equivalents, I will read and react to an article about Star Wars written by one of the managing editors of the Babylon Bee. And you guys instantly did that, and I'm here to make good on my promise. So, with that background, here we go. Yes, the destruction of Star Wars was intentional. Here's why they did it. And I just want to really emphasize here that this is an image from the movie The Last Jedi, where Yoda, specifically from a scene where Yoda looks into the camera and talks about how, you know, you need to move, you know, basically the future is what is for the kids. Let the kids have the future. You know, we are what they move beyond, I believe is the actual quote there. And well, let's go, Joel Berry. Let's see how well you understand Star Wars. Spoiler alert, it's not very well. Almost every guy between the ages of 12 and 60 has a story of his first introduction to Star Wars. Kind of. But also, women like Star Wars too. I don't know if you know this, but women also like Star Wars. You know, that's how else are you going to find people to dress up in the Slave Leia costume for Comic-Con? Clearly women also like Star Wars. They're wearing that outfit. I didn't consider that maybe they were just fake fans. Yeah, of course. Sorry, of course. The obvious rejoinder. My story is pure 90s American evangelical homeschooler nostalgia. Ah, yeah. We're all familiar with that, aren't we, folks? Who hasn't experienced 90s American evangelical homeschooler nostalgia, as one does. I was 11 years old, the oldest of 6 kids in a strict fundamentalist family with no TV in the house. I could count the number of movies I had seen on one hand, 2 of which were Buttercream Gang movies? If you know, you know. And I can assure you, no, we do not know. I can assure you, we do not know what the Buttercream Gang movies are. I don't know what that means, and frankly, I do not want to Google that. What is this a link to the Buttercream Gang? Why is it a full movie? What is this? No, actually, what is this? The full movie's just sitting here on YouTube.
Where's your shoelaces? Oh, they're still back at the end of the middle of the aisle there.
Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you.
Sure. So, you boys on buttercream business again?
Just welcome him.
You know, I don't need to see any more of it. You boys here on buttercream business again? Oh God. All right. Well, amazing stuff here. If you know, you know. Apparently. And I had never even heard of Star Wars. I had just earned a personal pan pizza from Pizza Hut's Book It program as a reward for reading 5 books, and our homeschool group had taken a trip to Pizza Hut to enjoy our well-earned spoils. As one does. This was back when Pizza Hut had a jukebox, arcade games, and a dessert bar. Yeah, it was the coolest place ever. Was it though? Was Pizza Hut ever the coolest place ever? 'Cause no. Honey, no. That's only slightly better than Arby's was the coolest place ever, and Arby's is the place where dreams go to die. Star Wars had just been released into theaters for its 20th anniversary. With my pizza, I got a commemorative cup that depicted the famous scene of a one-handed Luke Skywalker standing across a bottomless pit from Darth Vader. Little old sheltered me, having no idea what I was looking at, got home and showed the cup to my parents. My normally strict, severe father got a little boyish glint in his eye and asked, "Want to watch Star Wars?" We rented a TV and VCR for the occasion. You rented a whole-ass TV? My mom rented the trilogy from the library on VHS. The TV came on a big metal cart, which we... What? How... So you would rent the TV and it would be like bolted onto a metal cart? How did this work?
Arby's is also where my digestive system goes to die.
True. Thank you for the $5 dono. Yeah, like what is being described here sounds like a TV in like a school, like the kind of TV like teachers would wheel into classrooms back in the 90s and early aughts, you know? This doesn't sound like you ran to the store and rented a TV. Because, like, I can understand renting a TV. I can wrap my head around that. What I can't wrap my head around is renting the TV and it's also attached to a giant metal cart like it was from a school. Dead Domain, thank you so much for the raid. You are just in time for me to have Star Wars opinions. Because we're reading a take from the Babylon Bee's managing editor about Star Wars. And as you all know, sometimes you have that feeling of 90s American evangelical homeschooler nostalgia. You've all experienced that, right? Because that's what this guy's writing about right now. And of course, who can forget the absolutely legendary Buttercream Gang movie?
So, you boys on buttercream business again?
Just what?
Just buttercream business up in here. Conetheus, thank you very much for subscribing. And folks, go follow Dead Domain if you're not already. They're a wonderful content creator, you dinguses. Go give them a follow on Twitch or on YouTube.com. Now, now that we've caught you all up on the buttercream business, here we go. We rented a TV and VCR for the occasion. My mom rented the trilogy from the library on VHS. The TV came on a big metal cart, which he wheeled into the living room like a substitute teacher with no lesson plan for the day. And I just have to ask again, where did you rent a TV that's on a big metal cart like in a school? The next 3 nights, I got to experience the great modern myth that was the Star Wars trilogy, and I was blown away. From then on, every squirt gun was a blaster, and every long stick found in the woods was a lightsaber. Alright, okay. So far, this is relatively normal reaction to Star Wars. 26 years, 8 more movies, and I have no clue how many streaming shows later. Star Wars is a bland, hollowed-out IP owned by Disney, a company run by a bean counter who drones on in corporate speak with less vocal inflection than a Star Wars droid. And I just have to ask, how did you expect the person running a global international titan of industry? Did you expect them to be Willy Wonka from the movie Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory? Did you, like, what do you want? I'm sorry that the person who runs this company isn't charismatic enough for you, but that's not their job. It's all produced by Kathleen Kennedy. Oh, of course this. Sorry, I need to recalibrate. I should have known that this article was going to pin all of Star Wars's failings on Kathleen Kennedy. I don't know why I expected anything else. This is literally the Arrested Development dead dove meme right here. An incompetent feminist activist who must have some nasty dirt on someone at Lucasfilm that allows her to keep her job against all odds. She runs Lucasfilm. What do you mean she has dirt on someone at Lucasfilm? She runs the division that includes Star Wars. Like, what? She doesn't need dirt on them. She's in the position of authority over them. What? All right. The loyal fan base is gone. Its movies are losing money, and there are no signs of a course correction. The most recently announced film will be directed by yet another feminist activist. I'll go out on a limb here and predict another Disney flop. At this point, I have to believe that for key creatives at Disney, the destruction of Star Wars is intentional, purposeful, and done without regard for money. I sometimes hear, why do you care so much about a goofy Flash Gordon knockoff for kids that features space wizards and laser sticks? And I just... No, you don't. No, you don't. Like, I'm sorry, if you're talking to anybody in the current era, first of all, no one knows who the fuck Flash Gordon is. Second of all, everyone in at least even partially plugged into pop culture would understand why you're talking about Star Wars. And third of all, you really haven't backed up that, like, any of this is being done to not make money. Just out of curiosity here. Just out of idle curiosity here. Oh, interesting. Let's see here. Oh, look at that. You could have just Googled this. This is how much Disney has made off of the Star Wars and Marvel franchises. Wow, that's crazy. Thanks, Hollywood Reporter. How much have they made? Let's see. In a presentation posted to the shareholder campaign website, Vote Disney, the House of Mouse includes highlights of its success with franchises as the company is waging a proxy fight with activist investor Nelson Peltz. Corporate intrigue aside, the presentation reveals some compelling numbers on the high-profile acquisitions Disney has made over the past 15 years. In a section titled Enduring Franchises Highlight Our Powerful IP and Unique Monetization Capabilities, Disney indicates that it has seen a 2.9 times and 3.3 times return on investment after purchasing Lucasfilm and Marvel Studios in 2012 and 2009, respectively. So, in terms of the return on their investment, let's just take a quick, napkin math look. How much did Disney pay for Star Wars? They paid $4 billion. Which means that they have made almost $12 billion off of Star Wars in the last several years. Since when exactly? Since 2012, they have made almost $12 billion. That's them making $1 billion every year off of Star Wars. Yeah, they're really hurting for money when it comes to the Star Wars franchise, I guess. Just really, yeah. How does Disney manage on a paltry $1 billion a year off of a franchise it bought 12 years ago? Yeah, I guess they went woke and then made $1 billion a year, which is somehow going broke, according to managing editor of the Babylon Bee, Joel Berry. I think the question that should be asked instead is, why do they care so much? Why are they willing to lose millions on subverting, vandalizing, and deconstructing a beloved story? What exactly are they trying to destroy? Oh, that's... Joel, that's such an interesting... Who's they? What they are you talking about, Joel? Also, I just gotta ask, why do you think they are destroying it when they're making money hand over fist on Star Wars? Like, the entire premise of this is just ludicrously flawed from the get-go, considering, again, they make the budget of a small country off of Star Wars like every year. Wait, are the Jewish space lasers on the Millennium Falcon? I knew it! Star Wars Land was a way for them to make the Jewish space lasers real. It's true. It's true. You know them. Hey, DJ Dub. Dub D.
Buy button.
Penny NT, thank you for gifting Sylvia Rusty Faye a sub. I appreciate it, and I hope they do too. And Justin Freakin, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. We're going over a Star Wars article, and I happen to know a thing or two about Star Wars, and this is giving me life, because I get to dunk on a conservative and talk about Star Wars at the same time. Experiencing Star Wars at that formative age was revolutionary for a kid like me, whose entire worldview at the time was formed by a very small sect of conservative fundamentalism. It gave me a glimpse outside the four tiny walls of the legalistic, do not touch, do not taste, do not handle religion I lived in, to see the universality of good, evil, sacrifice, and redemption. It made the scriptures and gospel feel more real to me. They weren't just literally true. Oh, honey. The world's not 6,000 years old, and evolution is real. I hope you came around on those 2 points at least. But we're also true in ways you can't measure, ways that speak to our innermost being. Clearly this is where he's about to talk about how George Lucas based the rebellion on the Viet Cong, and America was the empire, right? Right? Can we can I just pull this up? Yes, here we go.
In school, I was of the, I don't know, angry young man.
Sure, you were a rebel.
I come out of anthropology.
Yeah.
So my focus is social systems.
Right.
And in science fiction, you got two branches. One is science.
Yeah.
And the other is social.
Right.
I'm much more of the 1984 kind of guy.
Sure.
Than I am
THX 1138.
The spaceship guy.
Yeah.
The spaceship, I got into spaceships out of cars.
Yeah.
I love cars. I love going fast.
Going fast.
So.
And, you know, this is something I love about George Lucas. Like, George Lucas could not give less of a shit about how spaceships in his setting work, you know? And I think that's kind of lovely. I think it kind of sets him a bit apart in the realm of sci-fi creators.
So, I like spaceships.
Yeah.
But it isn't the science, aliens, and all that kind of stuff that I get focused on. It's the how do the people react to all those things? And
Yeah.
how do they accommodate them?
Yeah.
So that's the part that really fascinates me and I'm interested in.
You did something very interesting with Star Wars, if you think about it. The good.
I again, this interview is really, really good. I highly encourage you all to watch the full thing. We're about to get to the part that I'm interested in here, though.
You guys are the rebels. They're using asymmetric warfare against a highly organized empire. I think we call those guys terrorists today. We call them Mujahideen, we call them Al-Qaeda.
When I did it, they were Viet Cong.
Exactly. So were you thinking of that at the time?
Yes.
So it was a very anti-authoritarian, very kind of 60s against the man kind of thing, nested deep inside of a fantasy.
Or a colonial, you know, we're fighting the largest empire in the world.
Right.
And we're just a bunch of hayseeds in coonskin hats that don't know nothing.
That's right.
And it was the same thing with the Vietnamese.
Yep.
The irony of that one is in both of those, the little guys won.
Right.
Anyway, yeah, I'm sure that the thing that this guy made deeply resonated with this homeschooled conservative boy. I'm sure he picked up on those very unsubtle messages that George Lucas put into the original trilogy. Or did he? Let's find out. C.S. Lewis had a similar experience before he converted to Christianity. A longtime lover of fairy stories, myths, and legends, he acknowledged the ways the themes in these stories deeply moved him, but he was still trapped within the four tiny walls of atheistic materialism. It was his friend, J.R.R. Tolkien, who, over one late-night conversation in the fall of 1931, convinced Lewis that these myths he loved were pointing to something very real, that they were giving him a glimpse outside of the prison he was in. The gospel was the myth that came true. Lewis recounted some of the conversation this way. And I just want to pause here. This is exactly the same thing that ancient alien conspiracists do. This is exactly the same thing that ancient alien conspiracists do. They go, well, look, all of these ancient myths, you know, they reference, you know, chariots of the gods. They mention things flying through the sky that cannot be explained by the laws of man, and so they are attributed divinity. And what if these ancient aliens came to Earth way back when? What if UFOs were interpreted as gods? Well, and then it suddenly becomes, oh, well, that's because there actually were ancient aliens, and the pyramids were too advanced to have been built by mere mortals. It's exactly the same thing, but it's applied spiritually in this sense. It's well, oh man, a story made by those people way over there on the other side of the planet talks about good and evil. And this story made right here at home talks about good and evil. So clearly, there must be an objective good and an objective evil. Clearly, it's all Christianity. And I know this because I recognize that I had that similar line of thinking growing up in fundamentalist Christianity, And I find it all very fascinating. It's the same logic. It's just applied instead of conspiracy theory for the material world. It's kind of a conspiracy theory for the spiritual world, and that's kind of fascinating when you think about it. But let's read the C.S. Lewis quote. We began on metaphor and myth, interrupted by a rush of wind which came so suddenly on the still warm evening and sent many leaves pattering down that we thought it was raining. We all held our breath, the other two appreciating the ecstasy of such a thing almost as you would. We continued in my room on Christianity, a long, satisfying talk in which I learned a lot, then discussed the differences between love and friendship, then finally drifted back to poetry and books. The discussion went to the writings of the 19th century poet William Morris and Christian apologist George MacDonald. Lewis continues, these hauntingly beautiful lands which somehow never satisfy, this passion to escape from death plus the certainty that life owes all its charm to mortality, these push you on to the real thing because they fill you with desire and yet prove absolutely clearly that in Morris's world that desire cannot be satisfied. The George MacDonald conception of death, or to speak more correctly, St. Paul's, is really the answer to Morris, but I don't think I should have understood it without going through Morris. He is an unwilling witness to the truth. He shows you just how far you can go without knowing God, and that is far enough to force you to go further. In the case of Lewis, the universal themes of beauty and myth... The universal themes and beauty of myth are what began to convince him that there was more to life than what he could touch, taste, and hold. Later in his life, Lewis would write, if we find ourselves with a desire that nothing in this world can satisfy, the most probable explanation is that we were made for another world. And I just want to stop here because, I find this to be a particularly dangerous line of thought, because I think that there are absolutely things that you can point to as, things that you have a desire for, that there is not necessarily anything in this world that can satisfy, right? Like, you can have desires and inclinations that are that this world is unable to satisfy, but that doesn't necessarily mean God. That doesn't necessarily mean spirits or the supernatural. Instead, I think it can point to a lot of different things. We have a lot of desires for things that the natural world doesn't satisfy in modern day. We have a desire for a connection to the internet. The internet isn't a thing that exists in the natural world. You can have desires, you can have wants, you can even have needs that are not rooted in the natural world. Yeah, like I think a really great example, OS Crane, actually going a bit further with your example and putting it in like an even more niche sense, Avatar. The movie Avatar. You know, the James Cameron. We're making it cohesive here. We had James Cameron on screen. We're going to talk about Avatar. People got so into the Na'vi. People got so into the fantasy of living on Pandora in the Avatar universe that people literally tried to kill themselves, and in some cases I think might have actually followed through with that, in order to try and like jump themselves into that fictional world. People have desires that aren't rooted in reality all the time. What? Yeah, there was this case, see. It might not have gone to the extent of like suicide, but like, yeah, no, this was absolutely a thing that happened. Bizarre phenomenon which left Avatar viewers with depression and suicidal thoughts. Yeah. See, according to a report from CNN in 2010, fans of the flick grew depressed because they longed to visit the fictional Pandora themselves, but realized that could never happen. A fan forum website, Avatar Forums, featured a thread entitled "Ways to Cope with the Depression of the Dream of Pandora Being Intangible," racked up more than 1,000 posts. The thread became so popular, the site's administrator, Felipe Bagdasarian, had to create another to meet the demand of depressed Avatar fans. Yeah, here's one fan. I even contemplate suicide, thinking that if I do it, I will be rebirthed in a world similar to Pandora, and that everything is the same as in Avatar. So, maybe that sentence got stuck in my head from 2010, but like, yeah, it was a whole thing. Like the Avatar, the dedication to Avatar, was real strong. It's really hard to imagine now, but yeah, Avatar was wild stuff. We will cover that, Lady Ringcloud, as soon as I finish this segment. So yeah, I think that is actually a perfect example of Avatar, something that is not real, motivating people in a way that feels unnatural, that feels, oh, there must be something more. And I guess maybe sometimes that something more is Pandora from Avatar in a spiritual sense. We'll find out, I guess. Okay. Tolkien said as much in his essay on fairy stories. Fairy tales, often derided as worthless escapism, should not be thought of as an escape from reality and more an escape from prison. Quote, I have claimed that escape is one of the main functions of fairy stories, and since I do not disapprove of them, it is plain I do not accept the tone of scorn or pity with which escape is now so often used. Why should a man be scorned if, finding himself in prison, he tries to get out and go home? This brings us to George Lucas and the creation of Star Wars. Lucas was very open that his stories were intended to be a recreation of the monomyth, a universal story, the bones of which are found in everything from Greek mythology to Arthurian legend to the Gospels. In an interview with journalist Bill Moyers, I do want to say, by the way, there is no monomyth. That was, again, kind of a post hoc explanation for how different cultures arrived to similar myths. But there is no actual monomyth that's been completely and utterly debunked. at the time that George Lucas was making Star Wars, it was all the rage to kind of play into this monomyth idea. Joseph Campbell? Joseph Campbell, I believe. Yeah, The Hero's Journey. Or The Hero with a Thousand Faces. One of those. Really popularized this idea. And while I think like The Hero's Journey provides an interesting framework for narrative, the idea that it is a monomyth is a myth. That it's not anything. Like you're better off getting advice on screenplays from screenplay writers. Like, maybe appeal to like 3-act structure, since it's been, employed in stage productions for, thousands of years. Literally thousands of years. Yeah, crazy. So yeah, Joseph Campbell should not be your go-to example of how this is totally and utterly a thing. But of course, I wouldn't expect Joel Berry of the Babylon Bee to understand that. I saw someone asking, isn't Babylon Bee supposed to be a comedy site? They have another site called notthebee.com where they have non-comedy stuff, which I would also say their main website has as well, because, they're not that funny. Moving right along. All right. Quote, I put the Force into the movies in order to awaken a sort of spirituality in young people, more belief in God than in any particular religious system. The real question is to ask the question. If you haven't enough interest in the mysteries of life to ask the question, is there a God or is there not a God? For me, that's the worst thing that can happen. I think there is a God, no question. And like, on its own, I think this quotation is fine, I think it is worthwhile to ask the question. It's worthwhile to be curious. If you're not curious, life is spiceless. You can argue all you want about the particular of Lucas's myth, with its Eastern mysticism-inspired Force, or Shudder, midichlorians, but there's no denying the universality of the themes. That it's so funny that you're shuddering about midichlorians when George Lucas also made the midichlorians. He made the prequels. Disney didn't do that to you. He followed the structure of the monomyth to a T. And for sheltered 11-year-old Joel Berry, it helped to make the truths of Scripture and the story of Jesus feel more true. You've already said that. This Bible I was forced to read and memorize was pointing to something very real, something built into the fabric of the universe and my soul. This is a presuppositional position to have based on the fact that you were literally groomed into this ideology. I knew I was made for another world. The Bible told me the true story that ancient myths point to, and that modern myths echo. Again, this is because you were groomed into a given ideology. It's not because it is true. It's because your parents told you time and time again that it was true until you just unquestioningly accepted that. That's really kind of it. So why are Disney's Star Wars writers intent on replacing those timeless mythic themes and themes that produce real questions and yearning in the soul with current-day politics, feminist screeds, and nihilistic human drama? To me, the answer... you know what? Joel Berry, can you give us some examples? Like actual... Can you give us some examples of those things? Because, like, you're being really vague. I don't seem to recall any character in Star Wars looking into the camera and going on a feminist screed. Genuinely, I have no idea what you're talking about on that one. Well, yeah, also, just real quick.
Today, we call them Mujahideen, we call them Al-Qaeda.
When I did it, they were Viet Cong.
Exactly.
Anyway, yeah, nothing modern day politics about that. No, sir. You know, back when Star Wars came out, nothing political at all. Talking about the Viet Cong. You weren't political for talking about the Vietnam War. Though that's not politics. It's so creatively bankrupt, man. To me, the answer is easy. The enemy of our soul wants us in his prison. That's right, folks. Satan is ruining Star Wars. You all thought he was going to blame it on feminists. You thought he was going to blame it on Kathleen Kennedy. No, it's Satan. Satan is working through Kathleen Kennedy to ruin Star Wars. The Prince of Darkness has descended upon an entire universe in order to tempt everyone into a second downfall of Adam. But this time it will be the downfall of Adam Driver. Anyway, moving on. Satan wants our attention on the temporal, the sublunar, okay, you know what? Just I can't lie. That's the first time I've ever seen the word sublunar. And my initial thought is that means like below the surface of the moon, but apparently it refers to belonging to this world, the material world, as opposed to the superior spiritual realm. That is what that means. Look at us, learning new words. First you come to Riverboat Jack's stream, and you learn a crazy new word like spadacinicide. Okay, you learn a cool word like that. Now you learn sublunar or sublunary. There you go, learning new things all the time over here. You mean Satan doesn't have a moon base? He wants to squelch that longing for another world by any means necessary. That's why I say the destruction of our cherished myths is intentional, perhaps not within the halls of Disney, but at the cosmic scale. You mean not just in a galaxy far, far away, but in every galaxy? All galaxies? It's not just happening to Star Wars, but to Lord of the Rings, the Chronicles of Narnia, and almost every other beloved tale from the storytellers of the Christian West. This is going so hard. It's like everything written in the past was superior and pure and perfect. And now Satan has come to ruin all stories. All mythology is being destroyed. My God. Our transcendent... By the way, just the Christian West. The Jewish West, not so much, okay? No Jewish West. No Hindu West. None of those other religions. Just the Christian West, okay? Our transcendent longings, passions, and imaginations are being dragged back into the realm of vanity and dust. The individual creatives and writers at Disney, Amazon, and elsewhere may not fully realize what they're doing, but Satan does. A little more than a week after his conversation with J.R.R. Tolkien, C.S. Lewis accepted Jesus Christ as the true myth. He recounted it this way. I know very well when, but not how, the final step was taken. I was driven to places in the UK aren't real. This is not a real place name. Whipsnade? Whipsnade. Whipsnade sounds like the less talented twin of Snidely Whiplash. He just, yeah, Whipsnade Whiplash. You know, just less talented brother. Couldn't get his own show. I was driven to Whipsnade one sunny morning. When we set out, I did not believe that Jesus Christ is the Son of God. And when we reached the zoo, I did. Yet I had not exactly spent the journey in thought. Who will write the next great myth, a myth that will produce a longing in the hearts of those who read it? Disney isn't up to the task. It's up to us. And I just have to say, yeah, when has Disney ever made anything that's been beloved throughout time in the modern day? Yeah, Disney's never written myth that is beloved by all. It's not like they made Snow White, Beauty and the Beast, The Little Mermaid, Hunchback of Notre Dame. Those are all the Disney movies I know. Fox and the Hound, Robin Hood, other movies that inspired furries. I don't know. All I'm saying is, guys, I think this guy might not know anything about Star Wars. I was actually expecting there to be more concrete examples, but he didn't have any. He was just, yeah, you know all of those Star Wars movies with their feminist screeds. And I'm just sitting here like, I mean, I know one movie that had like a woman lead in it. We got Rogue One. Is that what he's talking about? What is it? Is he talking about the fact that Rey is in the movies? What? What are you talking? What are you taking issue with in Star Wars? Because literally the only specific he mentioned in that article was midichlorians, which isn't even like a Disney thing. That's a George Lucas thing. My goodness. Disney is grooming furries, confirmed. That's an argument I would make, you know? They knew what they were doing when they made Robin Hood, okay? There's no way you make the movie Robin Hood and you have no idea what you're doing. They made that fox too sexy. Religion has actually convinced people that there's an invisible man living in the sky who watches everything you do every minute of every day, and the invisible man has a special list of 10 things he does not want you to do, and if you do any of these 10 things, has a special place full of fire and smoke and burning and torture and anguish, where he will send you to live and suffer and burn and choke and scream and cry forever and ever till the end of time, but he loves you. Yeah. True. Is Jar Jar Binks anti-furry bait? No. I'm going to say no, because unfortunately I've been online enough to know that didn't stop anybody. That didn't stop you sick perverts. Yeah, exactly, Quiet Kitsune. I've seen the fan art. I've seen the degenerate works that you guys have wrought. Specifically you guys in my audience in particular. Oh, God. Who, why? I can't answer those questions. Yeah, okay, yep. Yeah, just throwing this out there that nah, you guys aren't right, okay? You guys are incorrect. This did not stop anybody. This did not stop anybody even remotely. And I was cursed with that knowledge, and now I have passed along the curse, so I'm safe. That's how this works. No, I rebuke this. It's real. Anyway. Why Jar Jar? All I'm going to say, all I'm going to post is this image. And I think that should explain it without me having to use words. So, anyway, this is can we just talk real quick? This is the worst designed piece of merchandise I have ever seen in my life. This is the worst. Who made this? Who was responsible for this? And please tell me they got instantly fired. This was a children's candy that came out to advertise Star Wars Episode 1: The Phantom Menace. And the tongue is a sucker. So the premise of this was that you would have children suck on Jar Jar Binks' tongue. And look, all I'm saying here is that this happened long before Disney got its hands on Star Wars. And to Disney's credit, their merchandising department is smart enough that they would never put out a sucker that requires a child to essentially French kiss an anthropomorphic frog person. So, +1 to Disney's point total. -1 from George Lucas. There we go. I thought it... No, this is a children's lollipop. This is a children's lollipop. This was sold in, like, convenience stores. No. It is, unfortunately, very real.
It's a little known fact that the person who designed the Jar Jar Binks tongue sucker went on to design the Harry Potter vibrating broom.
Oh no. Thank you for the $5 dono. Yeah, Qui-Gon tried to shut the tongue shit down, but he was too slow. Oh, God. Anyway, conservatives don't understand Star Wars, and I think it's very funny and also very sad because they tend to miss out on the best bits of Star Wars. So, just remember as you go forward into the world, just remember George Lucas talking with the creator of Aliens.
About it. The good guys are the rebels. They're using asymmetric warfare against a highly organized empire. I think we call those guys terrorists today. We call them Mujahideen, we call them Al-Qaeda.
When I did it, they were Viet Cong.
Just keep that in mind as you go forward about your days and lives, because I think that's a really key and important way to understand Star Wars. And with that, we finished the segment. Yay! How we all doing, folks? How we all doing? Hello! Hello, hello, hello. Thank you again so much for the raid, Justin Freakin'. Thank you so much, Dead Domain. Folks, go follow those two channels. Go do it. And also, Ask a Physicist, thank you for hitting the follow button. I'm about to ask everyone to do the same. If you are new here and you're finding the show interesting or fun, please hit the follow button on Twitch. Hit the subscribe button on YouTube. Like the YouTube stream. And please, 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 please consider dropping subs, donos, memberships, etc. because this show is only brought to you by viewers like you. You guys are the only reason I am able to do this show. And I am forever grateful that you guys support me in that endeavor. And if you're over on Twitch, consider coming on over to riverboat.gg where you can watch ad-free and without a subscription if you are so inclined. And also, if you are inclined to subscribe, I get to keep all of your subscription money instead of splitting it 50-50 with Twitch. So please consider coming on over. And that was way more entertaining, informative, and hilarious than I was expecting. I had so much fun talking. I love talking about Star Wars. I thought that entire article was going to be about The Last Jedi, and I came here ready to throw down for The Last Jedi, and I didn't even have to because it didn't reference anything. But yes, consider supporting the stream. And I just want to say thank you to those of you who have so far today. Thank you to Manic Jack. Thank you to Paladin Lost. Thank you to Salmon Moose. Thank you to Gamer G. Thank you, Penny Ann T. And thank you, very Knifey Duck, the knifiest duck I know. And also, thank you, Cool Trainer. I appreciate it. I appreciate you. Thank you all for helping me to continue to do this show, what I do. I lost it at Satan is ruining Star Wars. I did not see that coming. I gotta be completely honest. I should have seen that coming, but I didn't. I did not. I was unprepared for that twist. Yeah, we covered a lot of ground. We got Jar Jar Binks' tongue lollipop. We got Avatar fans. We got a little bit of everything in there. I think most extra sci-fi that clearly dips into fantasy, all of it an attempt to model some perspective of faith and religion. Yeah, sometimes. I think fantasy lends itself to that in particular. Yeah. Paladin Jukes, welcome back. And you know what? Just for a fellow paladin.
Do you want a tank? Do you want to fight? Do you want a class that'll instill fright? Take up some plate and keep the goblins in sight, because you want to make sure they eat this paladin smite! Fuck you, gods. If you want me to play your game of ethics, you can kiss my shiny plate mail. Alright, fine. Wait a minute, what the hell is that noise?
Alright. Yeah, we got some Joe Cat clips on the soundboard. You know, and just as a reminder.
Yeah, I just really like girls.
Same. All right. So, folks, we're going to go down the rabbit hole together. We're going to go down the rabbit hole together. I need to collect myself a little bit because we're about to go on a journey that I find fascinating. And you guys might not, but you guys might find it at least a little bit interesting. And one last call for subs and donos, because once we get started, we're going to be going, okay? This could take a while. We're not doing Illuminaughti yet. That's its own separate thing. Is it deeper than spirit science? No. Because we're not talking about spirit science.
Jammies, 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 jammies.
Win B, thank you for the 2 gifted tier 1 subs. I appreciate the jammies. Let's go. And for you, Stout Man, oh, whooga. There we go. We're not doing the Oz segment yet. We're going to. That is coming. Tistic hyperfixation time? No, actually. This is more of... Oh no, Dark Slimo, we already did the Bannon segment. We're doing something I have not talked about at all, so this is coming out of left field. I'm gonna take another sip of my delicious lemonade beverage. Lemonade green tea. Life-changing stuff. Again, before I get into it, guys, if you struggle with like soft drink addiction, but you like you want something to drink that has caffeine in it that tastes good, these are really nice. I've had like a lot of diet soda stuff, and this is not that, you know? This is a green tea lemonade thing that has a lot of caffeine in it, and it gives me enough like pep in my step from the caffeine to like feel like I drank a soda, but it only has 25 calories, and it's been helping me a whole lot, shifting my diet into a healthier direction. So I don't know if I know I struggled with soft drinks for a really long time. This is like the thing that helped me get off of them. And like I'm not like, this isn't a paid sponsorship. This is just I genuinely found this very helpful. I drink Bang because I'm a masochist. Nice. Also, Dan from the web, thank you very much for the follow. Hope you're doing well. I will follow you back. Thank you so much. So folks, we are about to go down the rabbit hole. Never heard of Joe Cat? Google and find Joe Cat. First vid, I like girls. Good stuff. Yeah, it's a great video. Ask a physicist if you've never heard of Joe Cat before. Just know that apparently for that video, he got harassed off the internet.
IRLY, enjoy your streams and this community hug.
Periwinkle, thank you very much for the $10 dono. I'm glad you enjoy my streams. I brought on a new editor today, so we should be getting more consistent stuff on the YouTube. I'm real excited. What? Why? Because people accused him of liking women in a gay way, and
I said, hey, what's going on?
Thank you for the $20 dono, Paladin. And I do, the text to it should be irritating to me, but the text to speech struggling to say vowels consistently just always cracks me up. I'm pretty gay for girls too. Yeah, ask a physicist. I don't really understand it. Oh, Dan from the web, thank you very much for the shout out on your show. I appreciate it. And you know what? It's just a shout out Dan from the web. There we go. I think I spelled that right. There we go. Everyone should go follow Dan from the web as well. God, I totally lost my train of thought. We need the flushed emote. You guys do. Again, keep posting emote suggestions and soundboard suggestions. I will add them at some point. I just don't always get to it real fast. My rear end, I believe they are completely unrelated. Yeah, I don't ask a physicist. It was really, really dumb. I don't know what fueled it, but basically people thought that his videos and how he was heterosexual for women was cringe and gay, and so he got harassed for it. It's like the dumbest controversy I've ever seen unfold in my life. All right. That's a cool coat, Jack. It's not even like a coat. It's just like a really oversized sweatshirt type thing, and it's just so comfortable. Manual Dan from the Web Raid. Welcome, wait 6 months to be Felipe. All right. Are you guys ready to stare into the eye of madness? Because frankly, I didn't really expect the rabbit hole that I'm about to share with you guys. Okay? So, I still keep up with the Young Turks. I don't watch the show a lot, but like I still like look at the videos that they're putting out, just kind of get like a vibe. And I saw one that stuck out to me today, and it's titled "Anna and Marxist Writer Break Down a Major Mistake the Left is Making." And I was like, oh, well, that's interesting. So, I wonder what this could be about. So, I have not watched the entire video. I just want to be clear up front. I have not watched the entire video. It's about 22 minutes long. I'm sure we'll work through it. But my main point isn't so much the video, and more so that I thought the phrasing of the title was weird. Right? It's like, oh, Anna and Marxist Writer Breakdown. What's this Marxist writer's name? And his name is Freddie DeBoer. I think I pronounced that right. And I was like, never heard of this guy. I wonder what's going on here. So I watched like a minute, maybe less of the video. So let's recreate my steps here.
Recently, left-wing writer Freddie DeBoer pushed back on a piece that was written by Mark Healy over at New York's Curbed. The piece is titled, "How the Mayor's Crackdown on Illegal Mopeds Has Beaten Down Food Delivery Workers. They're mostly cracking down on people doing deliveries." In it, Healy seeks to provide cover for those engaging in illegal actions due to their marginalized status. DeBoer is not fond of that kind of thinking. In fact, if you follow his work, this is a common theme that I actually appreciate, and you'll see why in just a moment. So he wrote his response on his Substack, which is one of my favorite Substacks. I am a paid subscriber, and I want to disclose that to the audience. I think it's important for you to know that. DeBoer's response is titled, "The marginalized should just be allowed to break the rules is bigoted and unworkable."
So this is the point at which I stopped the video and I was like, I should probably read both of these articles. And because frankly, I'm not entirely convinced that an article about food delivery workers having their mopeds impounded is the same as providing cover for minorities doing crimes. I don't think those are the same thing. And so I wanted to understand what was going on here, right? So this is about as far as I got in the video. And I looked it up. You know, I did a little bit of looking. So found the Curbed article. How the mayor's crackdown on illegal mopeds has beaten down food delivery workers. They're mostly cracking down on people doing deliveries. And as you can see, big old picture of all these impounded mopeds. Now, one thing I found really interesting, and I would say that this article is worth a read, by the way. Because the article isn't saying that food delivery workers should just get a free pass. It's not providing cover, right? Instead, what it's doing is highlighting how the city's policy is affecting food delivery workers, which is different. Explaining the dynamics between the mayor, who Mayor Adams in 2022 implemented a policy change to crack down on mopeds and electric vehicles and like a lot of like motorized scooters and stuff, largely because during COVID, there were a lot of these smaller electric devices that were going on sidewalks, creating walking hazards, running into people. People were using them to commit crimes, etc. Right? So Mayor Adams came in, and there was a lot of motivation from the mayor's office to do something about it. So he passed a new ordinance, basically, to crack down on these mopeds. And as part of the story here, in the face of this bedlam, Mayor Adams thought clamping down on scooters was a winning political issue. According to a City Hall spokesperson, quote, "They have taken more than 39,000 illegal bikes off city streets since the city announced stepped-up efforts in 2022. Quote, and we will begin to remove even more illegal bikes this summer." But visiting the Erie Basin impound lot, the mile-long pier that serves as the city's main motor vehicle jail, you see who's actually paying the price for these new policies. In late April, it was full of approximately 23,000 motorbikes. The numbers haven't changed much since. On the day I visited, nearly everyone waiting outside the lot, hoping to be reunited with their two-wheeled inmate, was an immigrant from Ecuador, Turkey, Colombia, Equatorial Guinea, Barbados, Sierra Leone, who had come to rely on the motorized bikes to make a living in a class-divided city that is increasingly composed of people who make deliveries and people who have things delivered to them. And basically the article, again, very much worth reading, goes through how these people have to go about getting their vehicles back. Because instead of getting like a ticket, often the vehicles are simply impounded. They're simply taken by police and law enforcement. And so when that happens, some of these people are separated from their vehicles for a month of them trying to get their vehicle back. And this can cost them thousands in lost wages. This can cost them a significant amount of money. Many of them in the article are quoted saying, it would have been more worth it to me to just buy a straight up new moped. Let's see here. Yeah, this is an interesting part. They were really a nuisance to New Yorkers, says Kaz Daughtry, NYPD's Deputy Commissioner of Operations. Motorbikes and scooters zipping in and out of traffic. I mean, guys that were 50 to 100 deep with these ATVs, dirt bikes, and scooters. It was almost kind of like that mob mentality where they were running New York City, doing whatever they wanted to do. And, what's interesting about this article is how they get statements from City Hall, from the police. And the police are like, oh yeah, we're trying to crack down on these ATV gangs that are roving New York. And then that is then juxtaposed by the actual numbers. So of the vehicles seized this year, there were 2 dirt bikes and 46 ATVs, and there were 9,548 scooters and mopeds. Again, scooters and mopeds being what most people use to deliver groceries, right? Or food orders, stuff like that. And not only that, right? Can we take a look here? Yes, here we go. Right here. They, being the people whose scooters have been impounded, arrive armed with newly minted registrations and driver's licenses, violation letters, proof of insurance, and vehicle ID numbers. They've called the phone numbers and followed the precinct instructions and come here to discover that the fate of their motorbike is determined not by the efforts or expense they dedicated to navigate a Byzantine big city bureaucracy, but by the sheer number of bikes. Even owners who show up with all the correct paperwork and payments often have to come back a week or more later because it takes 7 to 10 days for the NYPD to even locate a specific bike from their massive trove. Fewer than half the bikes will ever be successfully reclaimed. The rest are destroyed. Every second Thursday of the month, a batch of the condemned are loaded onto flatbeds and driven out to some undisclosed Long Island location and demolished. So if you are not able to get your bike back, they simply destroy your bike. So this article, as I'm reading it, I'm like, this is not about how, oh, we should just let immigrants get away with crimes. This isn't we should just, ignore unlicensed vehicles. What this article is about is, okay, we have a problem. How can we fix it? Right? The problem here being, well, you have a bunch of people, and throughout the article, different individuals, different people, by the way, are quoted as talking about how they had no idea what the actual requirements were for their motor vehicle. Because sometimes the bikes or mopeds are, registered at a lower classification, and sometimes they're fast enough that they're classified higher, which means you need to have like a motorcycle license for some. And in others, you need like different kinds of registrations. And it's a very confusing system to navigate. And the people who then sell these, and again, there are very, very successful businesses in New York City that sell mopeds and these scooters. They will often just tell people it doesn't even matter what kind of registration you get because the police will just take it anyway. And this is a problem that can be twofold. On the one hand, there should be a requirement on these dealerships when they sell these mopeds and these scooters to inform the purchasers what kind of registrations they need in order to legally operate these vehicles. Currently, as far as I can tell, there is no such requirement on them. So they just sell these. They focus on selling them as fast as they can and do not inform the people purchasing them. The second thing here is there is an insanely complicated and very inefficient system for getting your bike back. And so what needs to happen is there needs to be a program to better educate the public. And on top of that, one of the reasons why food delivery workers in New York, and this is mentioned in the article, have been buying faster and faster mopeds and are unaware of these rules is because the delivery apps are pushing them to do more and more. There are incentive structures in the delivery apps themselves. There are, the delivery apps have had to start paying higher wages to their drivers, which means they're trying to get their drivers to do more deliveries to farther and farther locations. And so what ends up happening is these people buy faster, more efficient bikes that can go longer distances, and suddenly they're buying something that they are not informed of the registration rules for. Well, thank you very much, Dan, and no problem. I enjoy your work as well. So, all of this, I'm like, oh, well, this isn't a writer for Curbed saying that minorities should just be able to do crimes. That seems like a very disingenuous way to frame this. And so it seems to be the framing of the author, the Marxist writer who Anna brought on to TYT. And I was like, so who is this Freddie Boers person? Like, who is this? And so I looked a little bit. I looked a fair amount, and I just have to say, Freddie DeBoer seems like a bit of an odd duck in one particular way. So I just kind of took a look at his Wikipedia, just real quick. Just wanted like an overview, like what has he done, like who is he, etc. You know, he's got his degree in English. He's got a philosophy degree. He's a doctorate in philosophy. He describes himself as a Marxist of an old school variety, and I have to be honest, I don't know what that means. Maybe we can take a look. Let's take a look at his about page on his website, on his Substack here. Where am I? How did I get here? I'm Freddie DeBoer. If you're reading this, you likely have an idea of whether you like me and my work or not. I don't. Yet. I am an overeducated Xennial who started a peculiar kind of media career when I launched a Blogspot blog. It should be illegal to say Blogspot blog. At the public library in 2008. From there, I built up a cult following and a reputation as something of an asshole. I switched to a WordPress at my own URL in, I think, 2012, then flamed out in a spectacular fashion in 2017. Now I'm heavily medicated, slanted on that lean, and incredibly cool. I don't know what this means. I don't know what slanted on that lean means. I write about everything, but have a few jams that I engage with consistently. I'm a Marxist, but I don't think it makes much sense to apply Marxism to present-day political conditions, given the philosophy's current irrelevance. And I just have to stop. You got a doctorate in philosophy, and you think that a critical analysis of, like, the relationships between workers and capital is irrelevant in the current day? So what part of Marxism did you like? I'm genuinely confused. It's white boy slang for I appropriate black rap culture. Gotcha. So I gotta say, someone who refers to themselves as a Marxist, but thinks that it's not relevant to current day, immediately sends up my alarm bells. My posts on media criticism and critiques of progressive pathologies from the left have always gotten the most attention. Not coincidentally, these are also what have brought me the most antipathy from liberals and people in media. I think the contemporary political project of the social justice world is badly misconceived, incapable of building a mass movement, and a failure on its own terms. But I also think the anti-woke tendency is intellectually and politically bankrupt. I think modern mass media is broken, saddled with bad incentives, and home to a truly corrosive social culture that leaves reporters and writers desperately jockeying for each other's approval, to the detriment of rigor, the public interest, and the truth. Man, if only you had some kind of, like, I don't know, if only you had some kind of political ideology that might explain the incentive structures of a society under capitalism. If only one had something like that with which to make sense of this crazy world we live in. Anyway. I'm a committed atheist, but have no interest in convincing others to be. I'm a decidedly amateur fan of research methods and... What? And frequently write about them as a way to better understand them. What does that mean? You're a fan of research methods? Like what? Give an example. I read a lot, and like everyone else, I have strong opinions about movies, with a particular fascination with the toxic state of fandom and the death of mass entertainment for adults. I have an MA in writing and rhetoric from the University of Rhode Island and a PhD in English from Purdue University, where I studied writing assessment, educational measurement, and standardized testing. I used to work for the City University of New York in assessment of student learning, but they fired me. Off to a great start. I have bipolar disorder, and I've been in and out, mostly out, of treatment my entire adult life, but I have been continuously in treatment and medicated since late August of 2017. I write about it sometimes. Well, good for you, buddy. I live in Connecticut with my wife and my cat, Suavecito. All right. Andrew S., thank you for the membership. Do you think he identifies as a Xennial on LinkedIn, or better yet, a Marxist, but more in the old school way? I'm not going to lie, guys. When the description of Marxist, but in the old school way, really just strikes me as a slightly different variation of classical liberal. This sounds like you just recreated Dave Rubin with extra steps. That's what this sounds like to me. Okay? Yeah, also, I'm curious how one is an amateur fan of research methods with a doctorate. But, you know, that's just me. Why should I read? Why should I subscribe? Look, our politics aren't healthy and our media isn't healthy, and despite what some people think, nothing is getting better. And in both politics and media, there is a meta problem to go along with all the problems. Everyone is scared to say how and why things are fucked up. In politics, an admirable increase in attention to the plight of minority groups has come packaged with a culture of fear. Fear of appearing to step outside the consensus about these issues and being subject to cancellation, job loss, exile, and the self-report is getting louder as we go on. What types of things are people too afraid to say? Because again, this seems to be another appeal to like, the silent majority secretly agrees with me, and I'm the only one too brave to say the real thing. And interesting. Even if these tactics work to improve the material conditions of minority groups, I'd be opposed to this condition on the ground of basic fairness, and that those tactics don't work. It really just sounds like you're complaining about the fact that people respond to you when you say something publicly in a society. That's just how all discourse has ever worked. You know, Plato, Aristotle, Socrates, they hold up a chicken and they're like, yes. Or sorry, they don't hold up the chicken. They say, what is a man? And they each give their definition, and then suddenly another random guy wearing a barrel, nothing but a barrel, runs in, is like, behold a man, and holds up a chicken. That's how conversations, that's how social interaction works. Like, I'm sorry you want to have opinions from like a cabin in the woods with no like interaction with the outside world. If you want to post your opinions publicly, you have to take public response. It's just how it works. Okay. Instead, they line the pockets of a small number of careerists and narcissists while doing nothing to reduce suffering. In media, being popular with your peers has taken on such outsized professional and personal importance to most of the people within it that it has become impossible for them to say, quote, or sorry, not quote, something is very, very wrong with our industry. I've been calling out the inside dealing, corruption, and petty hypocrisies in politics and media for almost a decade and a half, and I'm good at it. I think that's worth supporting. Subscribing allows me to do this as a major source of funds in my life, which means I can keep doing it while remaining truly independent. I cannot tell you how indispensable truly independent voices are right now, and even if you don't support mine, I hope you'll support others. Most news cycle-driven posts will always be available to everyone, subscriber or not. As far as subscriber-only content, there will be at least one substantive post a week for subscribers only, and most weeks more, usually things that are lighter and briefer than the typical fare. I have in mind several series that I will make subscriber only, more ruminative and introspective posts that are not bound by the news cycle or current conversation. I hope that's an inducement to let me do this professionally. Also, subscribing to my blog will make a bunch of people mad. Isn't that fun? And, he's throughout this, he's made a lot of appeals. Specifically, a lot of appeals about how liking his work or supporting his work or being involved in his work is going to make a lot of people mad. And I have to ask the obvious follow-up, which is, why? Why on earth would that be? Well, I think it might be from another thing on his Wikipedia page. So let's just take a quick scroll down. He's written for magazines, newspapers, and websites. Well, that's nice. Topics include American education policy, cancel culture, and police reform. He was the communications editor for Kairos, a journal of rhetoric, technology, and pedagogy, until 2017. He put out a book, The Cult of Smart, in 2020. And Gideon Lewis Krause, writing for The New Yorker, says the book, quote, argues that the education reform movement has been travailed by its willful ignorance of genetic variation. And I just have to stop, because I think you might all begin to see where this is going. Lewis Krause groups De Boer with hereditarian left authors such as Catherine Page Hardin and Eric Turkheimer in their shared emphasis on the importance of recognizing the heritability of intelligence when formulating social policy. And I just have to say, this sounds like they just are redoing eugenics. You're just redoing eugenics again. You're literally saying we need to take into account the genetic, like it's not even that, like, oh, genetic, like certain genetic chromosomes or something can like affect, intelligence or different abilities or something like that. It's not even that, because this is specifically about taking into account, and I'm going to say it again, the heritability of intelligence when formulating social policy. Well, the only way you're going to be able to take heritability of intelligence into account when formulating social policy would be if you begin grouping portions of the population based on your perception of their perceived heritability of intelligence. And it kind of just sounds like you're redoing race science and eugenics. Again, you're just doing that again. And well, I found that very interesting. I found it very interesting that we could start with this idea of food delivery drivers in New York City who are suffering under a social economic set of policy, and a guy who has been lumped in with people who think that heritability of intelligence should dictate our social policies, seems to have a very strong opinion about this. So I wanted to know what, beyond just this Wikipedia page, because far be it from me to simply look at the Wikipedia page. I want to know more about this group of the hereditarian left. I want to know more about these people. Who are these leftist people who seem to have reinvented eugenics? So, of course, I looked up one of the names from this article, Catherine Page Hardin. And it took me right to this New Yorker piece written by Gideon Lewis Krause back in 2001. Yeah, I have never heard of the hereditarian left before. That is a term I have never encountered. So, let's take a look. And this article is a profile of Catherine Page Hardin titled, "Can Progressives Be Convinced That Genetics Matters?" And I just want to pause right here because that's such a weird title to me and a weird framing, because I'm pretty sure if you asked people, hey, are genetics important? Most people would say, yeah, like they play a pretty big role in like your development as a human being. It's to what degree, I think people would might quibble, but I think a lot of people would say, like, to your personal health, for example, people might attribute some of that to genetics. Again, it's a nature versus nurture question, but I think that there's some of both, But that's not what is being asked here, because this seems to be asking it in the political sense. Can progressives be convinced that genetics matter politically? And I think that is a resounding no. So, figure we'll take a look at this article as well. Now, it is quite a lengthy article, but I think it is interesting for us to take a look at some of the snapshots, okay? Until she was 33, Catherine Page Hardin, a professor of psychology at the University of Texas at Austin, had enjoyed a vocational ascent so steady that it seemed guided by the hand of predestination. When she first went on the job market at 26, her graduate school mentor, Eric Turkheimer, oh, there's that name again, a professor at the University of Virginia, recommended her with an almost mystified alacrity. More than anyone else who has come through my lab, I find myself answering questions by saying, "We should check with Paige," he wrote. "I'm absolutely confident she will be a successful addition to any faculty, and she brings a significant chance of being a superstar." Her early scholarship was singled out for prestigious awards and grants. She was offered tenure at 32. In 2016, she began co-hosting an introduction to psychology class from a soundstage in the style of a morning show. She and her colleague drank coffee from matching mugs. That was live-streamed each semester to more than 1,000 students. She couldn't cross campus without being stopped for selfies. Hardin works in the field of behavior genetics, which investigates the influence of genes on character traits, neuroticism, agreeableness, and life outcomes, educational attainment, income, criminality. Interesting. Such research has historically relied upon twin studies, which compare identical twins with fraternal ones to differentiate genetic from environmental effects. As a new professor, she co-founded the Texas Twin Project, the first registry engineered to maximize representation of low-income families from ethnically diverse backgrounds. In a recent paper, Hardin asked, quote, "You only have one life to live. But if you rewound the tape and started anew from the exact same genetic and environmental starting point, how differently could your life go?" She continued, "Overall, twin research suggests that in your alternate life, you might not have gotten divorced. You might have made more money. You might have been more extroverted or organized. But you are unlikely to be substantially different in your cognitive ability, education, or mental disease." That's so interesting. Is this scientific essentialism? Maybe, who can say? Let's see. Need to find this. So basically, the article goes on. She goes on vacation during a sabbatical, and then with a bunch of other professors brings up basically other people are surprised that she might enjoy something like Hamilton, which again, so many elements of this story are so fascinating to me. Her colleagues are surprised that she would like Hamilton because it was an inclusive work of American history. It seems like her colleagues assumed she was a racist from her research. You remember where you know these people? Key for the people who wrecked Richard Murray and Sam Harris for basically going full bell curve. Paladin, can you elaborate? Hardin assumed that such leeriness was the vestige of a bygone era when genes were described as the hard wiring of individual fate, and that her critics might be reassured by updated information. 2 weeks before her family was due to return to Texas, she emailed the fellows a new study in psychological science led by Daniel Belsky at Duke. The paper drew upon a major international collaboration that had identified sites on the genome that evinced a statistically significant correlation with educational attainment. Belsky and his colleagues used that data to compile a polygenic score, a weighted sum of an individual's relevant genetic variants that could partly explain population variance in reading ability and years of schooling. And I just have to stop here because, like, I'm not an expert when it comes to like genetic research, but my understanding of genetics as a science is that that isn't how genes actually work. Like genes are way more complicated than we initially assumed. Like, in order to actually make a statement about like the statistical relevance of a certain set or certain type of receptor of genes and like its relation to intelligence, we would need to have genetic data from like millions and millions of people in order to make that statement. Richard Murray went on Sam Harris's show and went full bell curve, and these people paid Hardened Kirkenheimer and someone else basically wrecked them for it. Yeah. It's we're gonna get there because Douglas Murray is waiting in the shadows of this entire escapade. His study sampled also just the idea of creating a polygenic score. Are you just recreating IQ? Are you just recreating a bullshit methodology to rate people's predisposition towards academic achievement? Because IQ was also a bullshit measurement. Always has been. It was made... IQ was... In case you guys don't know this, IQ was literally made as a means to measure literacy in 4th grade children in France in like the 1940s or something, 1950s. It's not and has never been supposed to be a metric by which you measure average intelligence. That's not what IQ was ever meant to do. And the fact that we use it this way is a vestige of like the eugenics movement. It, like, quite literally, eugenics latched onto IQ and never let go. Yeah, IQ tests are a result of like training for the tests. Like, yeah, you can teach any given population on Earth how to achieve on those tests, and they will do better on the tests. It's not rocket science. Anyway, his study sampled New Zealanders of Northern European descent, was carefully controlled for childhood socioeconomic status. Quote, "Hope that you find this interesting food for thought," she wrote. William Darity, a professor of public policy at Duke, and perhaps the country's leading scholar on the economics of racial inequality, answered curtly, starting a long string of replies. Given the difficulties of distinguishing between genetic and environmental effects on social outcomes, he wrote, such investigations were at best futile. Quote, there will be no reason to pursue these types of research programs at all, and they can be rendered to the same location as Holocaust denial research. And you know what? William Darity was and continues to be right. Exactly correct. Making the idea that you should make social policy on presumed genetic intelligence of different populations of people is disgusting. It is eugenics. And frankly, it is exactly that kind of thinking that fueled the Holocaust in the first place. Eugenics was used in order to justify the Nazis giving Jewish people the status of subhuman. It was part of what justified the Holocaust. So, like, you might think, whoa, he just responded to that by saying, like, Holocaust denial research. That's crazy. But, like, is it though? Is it though? Yeah, Dan from the web, you have a good night. Thanks for stopping by. I really appreciate it. And if you ever want to come on, I'd be happy to have you. Turkheimer's work is that higher income environments make IQ more heritable. It's not eugenics, but rather that you have to make social policy account for the lack of inheritability in lower income starts. But, like, that's... Oh my god. But that's not how that works. Like, the higher income environment doesn't make IQ more heritable. It just means that you're able to, like, you're able to raise a child with access to more benefits to help them as they develop. You know, cleaner air, cleaner environment. You know, they aren't playing with toys made with lead paint. You know, you're able to afford, like, higher quality stuff that isn't, like, affecting their brain development. It's less about heritability on, like, a genetic level and more about, like, the social, the way money allows you to control environment better. My god. Turkheimer is arguing that we have to allocate more resources to lower income strata. I mean, that's true. I feel like honestly, I feel like talking about it in terms of heritability is a real bad move for the point he's trying to get across, but I understand. Heritability is not a genetic measurement. Yes, it is not always a genetic measurement, but it is in a lot of cases when people are talking about it. Goodness. All right. Continuing on. By the time he wrote again, several hours later, one of Hardin's few supporters among the fellows had changed the thread's subject line from New Genetics Paper to Seriously? Holocaust Deniers? Darity responded, I feel just as strongly that we should not keep the notions that the world is 6,000 years old or that climate change is a fabrication under consideration. Hardin remarked that being called a climate skeptic was marginally preferable to being called a Holocaust denier. She offered, which again is not what Darity said, but you know, she offered to host a lunch to discuss the uncontroversial basics of genetics research to anyone interested. Darity was reluctant to let the matter go. Quote, one final comment from me, and then I will withdraw into my peak. In 1994, he wrote, the political scientist Charles Murray and the late psychologist Richard Herenstein published a bestseller that achieved great notoriety, The Bell Curve. Apart from its claims about a genetic basis for racial hierarchy and intelligence, the book claimed that social outcomes like poverty and inequality in earnings had a genetic foundation. Personally, I thought the book was outrageous and a saddening resuscitation of ideas that had been increasingly dismissed as pseudoscience. Belsky's work strikes me as an extension of the Murray-Herenstein view of the world. He concluded, at some point, I think we need to say enough is enough. And the New Yorker apparently reached out to Darity for comment on this story, and Darity responded, I stand by all of that. And you know what? That's Chad behavior. Chad behavior, okay? So the rest of this is basically like, oh, you know, this woman was surprised that her ideas about, you know, needing to shape social policy around presumed genetic intelligence was not being taken well. She seemed to lose out on opportunities. Let's see. Hardin has spent the last 5 years thinking about Darity's objections. As she put it to me recently, quote, when I reread his emails, it all struck me as very Chekhovian. Like, here are all the guns that are going to go off in Act 5. Hardin understands why the left, with which she identifies, has nurtured an aversion to genetics. And I just have to stop and say, the left is not averse to the science of genetics. What the left is averse to is using the science of genetics in an effort to shape social policy. Because we've seen where that goes. We've seen where that goes. Now, Turkheimer might not be arguing for social policy shaped by the inheritability of genetic differences, but she kind of seems like she is. Yeah, considering she's part of the what was it, the God, what is the term even? Forgot it already. Hereditarian left. There we go. What a weird term. Both Turkheimer and Paige Hardin reject ideas of pure inheritance of IQ and suggest it's more genetic luck. Then how on earth did she wind up getting roped into this with this label? Let's see. Maybe we'll find more. Hardin understands why the left, with which she identifies, has nurtured an aversion to genetics. She went to graduate school in Charlottesville, the birthplace of Carrie Buck, a feeble-minded woman who was sterilized against her will in 1927, under a state eugenics program sanctioned by the Supreme Court. But she does not believe that a recognition of this horrifying history ought to entail the peremptory rejection of the current scientific consensus, which is not what is happening. The left's decision to withdraw from conversations about genetics and social outcomes leaves a vacuum that the right has gaily filled. The situation has been exploited as a red pill to expose liberal hypocrisy. Today, Hardin is at the forefront of an inchoate movement, sometimes referred to as the hereditarian left, dedicated to the development of a new moral framework for talking about genetics. Let's see. This fall, again, 2021 or 2021. Princeton University Press will publish Hardin's book, The Genetic Lottery: Why DNA Matters for Social Equality, which attempts to reconcile the findings of her field with her commitments to social justice. As she writes, yes, the genetic differences between any two people are tiny when compared to the long stretches of DNA coiled in every human cell, but these differences loom large when trying to understand why, for example, one child has autism and another doesn't, why one is deaf and another hearing, and, as I will describe in my book, why one child will struggle with school and another will not. Genetic differences between us matter for our lives. They cause differences in things we care about. Building a commitment to egalitarianism on our genetic uniformity is building a house on sand. And yeah, I'm not buying this. I don't think anyone is building policy off of an assumption of genetic uniformity. I don't that's kind of the thing. I don't think that is happening. No one on the left is saying everyone is genetically the same. What we're saying is that we need social policy that accounts for all of our differences. That's always been what the left has been saying in recent years. And if she's trying to say it that way, she's saying it very poorly. But frankly, I don't care if the reason for our differences is genetic or environmental. We need policy that fits everybody. Like, I don't think it has ever assumed everyone has equal capability. Dustin the Dam, thank you very much for the gifted tier 1 sub. Like, there are noise cues at crosswalks for the vision impaired. Yeah, I mean, like, we can fix a lot of things with policy. I'm actually just very fascinated by where this could go. Hardin understands herself to be waging a two-front campaign. On her left are those inclined to insist that genes don't really matter. On her right are those who suspect that genes are, in fact, the only things that matter. The history of behavior genetics is the story of each generation's attempt to chart a middle course. When the discipline first began to coalesce in the early 1960s, the memory of Nazi atrocities rendered the eugenics threat distinctly untheoretical. The reigning model of human development, which seemed to accord with post-war liberal principles, was behaviorism, with its hope that environmental manipulation could produce any desired outcome. It did not take much, however, to notice that there is considerable variance in the distribution of human abilities. The early behavior geneticists started with the premise that our nature is neither perfectly fixed nor perfectly plastic, and that this was a good thing. They conscripted as their intellectual patriarch the Russian emigre Theodosius Dobzhansky, an evolutionary biologist who was committed to anti-racism and to the conviction that genetic diversity is mankind's most precious resource, not a regrettable deviation from an ideal state of monotonous sameness. Yes. The field's modern pioneers were keen to establish that their interest lay in academic questions, and they prioritized the comparatively clement study of animals. In 1965, John Paul Scott and John L. Fuller reported that despite the discernible genetic differences among dog breeds, there did not seem to be categorical distinctions that might allow one to conclude that, say, German Shepherds were smarter than Labradors. The most important variations occurred on an individual level, and environmental conditions were as important as innate qualities, if not more so. This era of comedy did not last long. In 1969, Arthur Jensen, a respected psychologist at Berkeley, published an article called "How Much Can We Boost IQ and Scholastic Achievement?" in the Harvard Educational Review. Jensen coolly argued that there was an IQ gap between the races in America, that the reason for this gap was at least partly genetic and thus unfortunately immutable, and that policy interventions were unlikely to thwart the natural hierarchy. The Jensen affair, which extended for more than a decade, prefigured the publication of the Bell Curve. Endless public debate, student protests, burned effigies, death threats, accusations of intellectual totalitarianism. As Aaron Panofsky writes in Misbehaving Science, A History of the Discipline, controversies wax and wane. Sometimes they emerge explosively, but they never really resolve and always threaten to reappear. The problem was that most of Jensen's colleagues agreed with some of his basic claims. It did seem that there was something akin to general intelligence in humans, that it could be meaningfully measured with IQ tests, and that genetic inheritance has a good deal to do with it. Critics quickly pointed out that the convoluted social pathways that led from genes from genes to complex traits rendered any simple notion of genetic causation silly. In 1972, Christopher Jenks, a sociologist at Harvard, proposed the thought experiment of a country in which red-haired children were prevented from going to school. One might anticipate that such children would demonstrate a weaker reading ability, which, because red hair is genetic in origin, would be conspicuously linked to their genes, and would, in some bizarre sense, be caused by them. Richard Lewontin, a geneticist and staunch egalitarian, developed a different analogy. Imagine a bag of seed corn. If you plant one handful in nutrient-poor soil and another in rich loam, there will be a stark difference in their average stalk height, irrespective of any genetic predisposition. There will also be greater inequality among the well-provisioned plants. Perhaps counterintuitively, the more uniformly beneficial the climate, the more pronounced the effects of genetic difference. Jensen's racial comparison was thus unwarranted and invidious. It was absurd to think, in the America of 1969, that different races enjoyed equally bountiful circumstances. Yeah. Let's see. A lot of Hardin's argument is that there are specific cases where genetic analysis could be used to determine inheritability and affect social policy. In other words, if you're seeing an area with low inheritability, it would be worth understanding what external factors are causing it. But the problem is that she's bookended by shit like the Bell Curve, which makes genes and races everything, and liberalism, which makes genes nothing and environment everything. I mean, I don't even think that liberalism necessitates that environment is everything. I think you can acknowledge that genes play a role. I just don't necessarily think that, like, if you're looking at the problem and you're noticing like a certain population having like this heritability problem, we'll say, I feel like you can more empirically measure it as a sociological problem with sociological solutions. I'm not exactly sure what benefit there is in trying to pathologize it as a genetic issue when clearly it seems that the issue is sociological rather than genetic. You know? I guess that's kind of where I'm at. Hardin proposes a middle ground, but doesn't really define good lines for when behavioral genetics should be used or not. She simply advocates for the idea of it. I think it might be useful on like an individual level. Like on an individual level, like having a better like genetic understanding could like propose different like interventions for like curbing like socializing issues when it comes to like socializing or interacting with society. But I don't know how useful it is at all on a like societal level. That's kind of where I'm at. Like I can see the argument for an individual interventionist idea, but not so much on a societal level. That's where it loses me. It loses me when it enters into the realm of like social policy, and that kind of seems like the direction that this particular group wants to take it. Maybe we'll find out that that's not where she wants to take it, and we'll get a better understanding as we go along. I am appreciating this section of the New Yorker that's giving us a rundown of the history of this this medium. I think that this is a good source to kind of like educate us on what's going on here. Behavior geneticists emphasize that their own studies showed that poorer children adopted by wealthy families saw substantial gains in average IQ. This finding, it later emerged, obtained on a societal basis as well. The scholar, James Flynn, found that for reasons that are not entirely understood, the average IQ of a population increases significantly over time. Most people living 100 years ago, were they given contemporary IQ tests, would easily have qualified as what early psychometricians called, with putative technical precision, morons or imbeciles. Such tests might be measuring something real, but whatever it is cannot be considered purely biological or inflexible. Our ability to remediate genetic differences was thus a separate moral question. I mean, I do think that this is very interesting here. That, like, again, IQ itself is just something that, like, evolves over time. God. Our ability, almost like it's a, I don't know, some kind of social construct or something. Who can say? Our ability to remediate genetic differences was thus a separate moral question. In 1979, the economist Arthur Goldberger published a mordant rejoinder on social conservatives who argued that genetic differences rendered the welfare apparatus supererogatory. In the same vein, if it were shown that a large proportion of the variance in eyesight were due to genetic causes, then the Royal Commission on the Distribution of Eyeglasses might well pack up, he wrote. Just because outcomes may be partly genetic doesn't mean that they were inevitable. As twin studies proliferated throughout the 1980s, their results contributed to substantial changes in our moral intuitions. When schizophrenia and autism, for example, turned out to be largely heritable, we no longer blamed those disorders on cold or inept mothers. But for such frightened traits as intelligence, liberals remained understandably anxious and continued to insist that differences, not just on a group level but on an individual one, were merely artifacts of an unequal environment. Again, I don't think that this is necessarily true. Right? Like, there's nothing about liberalism that necessitates ignoring, like, genetic factors when it comes to the development of individual children. I don't think if you ask anybody in America that they would answer that genetics plays no role in, like, childhood development. Just that there are also other factors at play. There are multiple factors: genetics and environment, nature, nurture. You know, it's the classic question: which plays a greater role? So I just don't think this is true. As, like, a child of the 90s who, like, grew up in this, I don't think that is true. Conservatives pointed out that an a la carte approach to scientific findings was intellectually incoherent. This is true, by the way. I just don't think that this is what liberals were doing by and large. In 1997, Turkheimer, perhaps the preeminent behavior geneticist of his generation, published a short political mediation called The Search for a Psychometric Left, in which he called upon his fellow liberals to accept that they had nothing to fear from genes. He proposed that a psychometric left would recognize that human ability, individual differences in human ability, measures of human ability, and genetic influences on human ability are all real, but profoundly complex. Too complex for the imposition of biogenetic and political schemata. It would assert that the most important difference between races is racism, with its origins in the horrific institution of slavery only a very few generations ago. Opposition to determinism, reductionism, and racism in their extreme or moderate forms need not depend on blanket rejection of undeniable, if easily misinterpreted facts like heritability. He concluded, indeed, it had better not, because if it does, the eventual victory of the psychometric right is assured. Now, this all seems fine, frankly. Turkheimer here, I think it is fine to understand that, like, recognizing human ability, individual differences in ability, measures of human ability, genetic influences on ability are all real. But also the complicated interplay makes it really hard to isolate any of those as causative reasons, you know? And so I like his I like this part here, that the most important difference between races is racism. I like that in this, at least. I agree with him. In this, I'm not sure. I don't know much about Turkheimer in general, but I agree with him here. It's just that I don't. My main point of disagreement, I suppose, is that I don't think liberals fear genes. I don't think liberals are like constantly on edge for eugenics to the point where they're discarding information. It's simply that when you try and take genetics and then map it onto like sociological solutions for socioeconomic problems, like that's when it starts getting real messy. Making policy around genetic differences, I think, is well, I think, let me put it this way. I think it's real weird in a society that doesn't have, like, you know, human beings coexisting alongside like aliens. Let me put it that way. Okay, Harden, trapped. All right. The bell curve came out when I was 12 years old, and somehow that's still what people are talking about, she said. There's a new white dude in every generation who gets famous for talking about this. Virtually every time Harden gives a presentation, someone asks about Gattaca, the 1997 movie about a dystopia structured by genetic caste. Harden responds that the life of a behavior geneticist resembles a different 90s classic, Groundhog Day. Wow, good job. Okay. She was raised in a conservative background. She rejected most of it. I don't really want to know, like, her life story here. I'm not particularly interested in that. Okay. Maybe here. It might have seemed peculiar that a behavior geneticist was recommending analytic treatment, but Turkheimer had long been known for his belief that biological explanations for behavior were unlikely to ever supplant the cultural and psychological ones. Turkheimer's longtime rival, the prolific researcher Robert Plomin, believed otherwise, predicting that we would one day achieve molecular-level purchase on what makes people who they are. Turkheimer associated himself with what Plomin lamented as the gloomy prospect, the notion that the relevant processes were too messy and idiosyncratic to be fixed under glass. The prospect was gloomy, Turkheimer said, only from the perspective of a social scientist. As a person, he had a more sanguine view. In the long run, the gloomy prospect always wins, and no one would want to live in a world where it did not. This did not mean that behavior genetics was useless, only that it required a modest perspective on what could be achieved. Twin studies might never explain how a given genotype made someone more likely to be depressed, but they could help avoid the kind of mistaken inference that blamed bad parenting. Hardin's work in Turkheimer's lab remained squarely within this tradition. For example, the state of Texas spent a lot of money on school programs to promote sexual abstinence on the basis of research that showed a correlation between adolescent sexuality and subsequent antisocial behavior. Hardin used a twin study to demonstrate that a twin who began having sex early showed no greater likelihood of engaging in risky behavior than her twin who had abstained. In other words, both behaviors might be the expression of some underlying predisposition, but no causal arrow could be drawn. She did similar work to show that the idea of peer pressure as a driver of adolescent substance abuse was at best a radical oversimplification of an extremely complex transactional dynamic between genes and environment. Hardin's years in graduate school coincided with the arrival of actual geneticists in a field long dominated by psychologists. In 2003, scientists completed the first full map of the human genome, and it seemed as though Plomin's vision would soon be borne out. Some illnesses, Huntington's for example, turned out to be the result of a mutation in a single gene. There's a widespread assumption that complex personality traits might be as cleanly derived. This is true, by the way. I remember being a kid at this time. Like when they finally mapped the full human genome. And it was like the big thing. It was like the thing everyone pointed to as like, oh yeah, we're gonna like eliminate all human illnesses. We're gonna eliminate all. We're gonna be able to like fix anything that's wrong with you because we understand the human genome. And now it's just turned out to be even more incredibly complicated than we thought. Frankly. So we're still a long ways away from being able to do that. A gene was purportedly identified for aggression, one for depression, one for homosexuality, but these studies couldn't be replicated, and the candidate gene era had to be written off as a gross misstep. It became clear that complex traits were governed by multiple genes and that individual genes could pertain to a variety of attributes. And now I think in the field of genetics, they talk about gametes. So it's a lot more complicated than just genes. And apparently, like, environment activates different genes, so, like, it's not simply your genetic makeup. We're talking about genes so much, we all must remember the humble denim farmer. Laboring away in the fields to produce the finest American denim, to make American blue jeans. Was it not gametes? There's a different term. There's a specific term that I'm thinking of. I zoned out until blue gene farming. Well, you know, we gotta keep the memes alive, okay? Alleles, thank you, Xenol, alleles and Kleins. Both of those, yes, thank you. All eels? Yeah, true. All right. In the last 5 years, GWA's results have rapidly evolved. Polygenic scores can now account for a good deal of a population's variance in height and weight and have shown to predict cardiovascular disease and diabetes. This is a really cause for celebration, Plomin told me. Imagine the advent of predictive medicine to be able to identify medical issues before they occur. Researchers have also found links with complex behavioral traits. Significant hits have been reported for traits such as coffee and tea consumption, chronic sleep disturbances, insomnia, tiredness, and even whether an individual is a morning person or a night person. Plomin notes in his 2018 book, Blueprint, How DNA Makes Us Who We Are. The new research, he writes, signals the start of the DNA revolution in psychology. Well, we'll see. Yeah. Hardin and her collaborators currently conduct their own GWAS efforts. Most recently, they have investigated behaviors including adolescent aggression and risk-taking, which are strongly predictive of lifespan and labor market outcomes. She knows that she might never convince Turkheimer, who continues to argue that the light these studies generate is too faint to dispel his gloom, but she thinks that they represent an incremental step forward. Okay. So this is interesting. So this is where they diverge, right? So Turkheimer believes that like genetics is to a large degree too complicated with its interplay with environment to come to like very clear conclusive conclusions, frankly. And she seems to be under the impression that they represent an incremental step forward. Eric says it's dangerous to talk about genes if you don't know exactly how they're associated with the outcome, but we don't even really know how exactly poverty changes things. Why is it good to be adopted into a rich family, she added. It's impossible for me not to care about how what people start with shapes their lives. Okay. So it took us halfway through this to like get to that critical difference. Well, yeah, that's the thing, right, Dark Slimo? That's why Turkheimer seems to be correct in his gloominess, in his gloom. His gloom is the idea that the interplay between environment and genetics, it's too complicated. It's too complicated to like really pull apart and make these definitive causative claims. But Hardin seems to disagree. And I think that's what puts her in the camp of the hereditary left. So this is all very interesting. This is interesting. Hardin was joined in Bozeman by her younger brother Micah, who was visiting from Memphis. We sat together on the covered patio of the airy house Hardin had rented with her boyfriend, an architectural designer named Travis Avery. It was the longest spell she'd ever spent away from her children, who were on a road trip with Tucker Drob. The couple got divorced in 2018. Micah had not yet read his sister's book, but had grudgingly agreed to be genotyped for it. We have the same brown hair, same green eyes, same tendency to do what our stepmother refers to as the Hardin slow blink, closing our eyes for a few seconds when we're annoyed at someone. She writes, despite these similarities, our lives have turned out differently. Micah still lives near their childhood home, has not left the church, and can run up and down a soccer field without gasping for oxygen. Her broader point, she told me, was that siblings, who only share about half their DNA, are as unalike as they are similar. She said, on our 13th chromosome, we're basically two strangers. Interesting statement to make. Each time she evaded adult supervision and vaulted onto the coffee table, Micah took the opportunity to troll his sister, saying delightedly, "Looks like Hadley won the genetic lottery." Hardin rolled her eyes and reminded him that this was the opposite of what she'd meant. Micah, as it turns out, knew precisely what she meant, but he had already described the book to Steffi as, quote, telling the right that they didn't bootstrap and telling the left that interventions are more complicated than what they want to believe. Which Hardin conceded was not a terribly precise, Micah and Steffi had met playing soccer. Harden teased them that Haley might forsake the pitch for musical theater. Da, 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 da. I guess this is the thing, right? The fundamental premise here on all of this, I keep coming back to, of course the interventions are complicated, but like the kind of interventions that we're talking about for like genetic variation, you're making very clear individuals within a family can have a lot of genetic variation. So when we're talking about social policy, like the policy that our government and politicians put into practice, that is not something that can account for individual genetic variation. We could set up programs that would allow for individual genetic interventions, like giving individual people more help or more tutoring or more, environmental input. That's something we could do. I just don't know that this just doesn't seem exactly what is being pushed for. When I read what she's talking about, it doesn't seem to be calling for that. And if the only point is, look, people are more complicated than just social economic factors, yeah. But we already knew that. So like, what is really being said here? Like, what are you actually achieving with the point you're trying to make? And I'm just... Luna Rose, I don't even think that she's saying that she can cure everything with genetics. I just think that, like, there's something else here ideologically that I'm not, that isn't being articulated to me. And it's why I've continued going through this. Because, guys, this is what I meant by, like, this rabbit hole is huge, and I'm fascinated by it. You know? Because I don't know exactly where this is gonna go, because it's clear it doesn't seem like she's how do I even put into words, yeah, it seems like there are some statements here, kind of like that last guy we looked at, DeBoer's. It kind of seems like there's some interesting ideas that are weirdly adjacent to eugenics ideas at play here. Her book, The Genetic Lottery, reflects her years spent wandering in the desert. The book does not shy away from technical details, but it wears its learning lightly. Alongside Harden's frequently biblical allusions are references to the movies Clueless and Sliding Doors. I don't think any of this is helpful in trying to articulate your point. Harden described her book as fundamentally defensive in a lot of ways. Uh-huh. Yeah. All right. Before she makes any claims of what we can learn from genome-wide association studies, results, she goes into great detail about their limitations. GWAS simply provides a picture of how genes are correlated with success or mental health or criminality for particular populations in a particular society at a particular time. It wouldn't make sense to compare findings for educational attainment for women in America today with women who came of age before sex-based discrimination was outlawed in higher education. And GWAS results are not portable. A study conducted on white Britons tells you little about people in Estonia or Nigeria. Polygenic scores remain poor predictors of individual outcomes. There are plenty of people on the low end of the spectrum for educational attainment who go on to graduate studies, and plenty of people on the high end who never secure a high school diploma. GWAS results can accidentally reveal as much about culture or geography as they do about genes. A study of chopstick use in San Francisco would find that proficiency is genetically correlated with East Asian ancestry, which is a far cry from the discovery of an inborn dexterity with a particular utensil. Yeah. Again, but like this is the problem, right? Like, saying there's a genetic correlation implies to a lot of people that Asian people are just naturally better with chopsticks. When the reality is, culturally, a lot of Asian people grow up using chopsticks, so that population winds up being more proficient with chopsticks. So, like, what are we learning here? One way to sidestep this pitfall is by comparing GWAS results within families where they have been shown to reliably account for differences in life outcomes among siblings. But even this measure does not solve Christopher Jenk's redhead problem. A person might go far in education because they are smart and curious and hardworking, or because they are conforming and risk-averse and obsessive, or because they have features, pretty, tall, skinny, light-colored, that privilege them in an attractively biased society, Hardin writes. A study of what is correlated with succeeding in an education system doesn't tell you whether the system is good or fair or just. Right. So, what does it tell you? At some point, Hardin has to set aside her caveats and assert that sheer genetic luck plays a causal role in outcomes that matter. If people are born with different genes, if the genetic Powerball lands on a different polygenic combination, then they differ not just in their height, but also in their wealth. For her, accepting this is the necessary prelude to any conversation about what to do about it. If you want to help people, you have to know what's most effective, so you need the science, she told me. Hardin thinks that the conversation about behavior genetics will continue to go in circles as long as we preserve the facile distinction between immutable genetic causes and malleable environmental ones. Except, and this is the thing that is driving me nuts about this, there's no wealth gene. What allows you to accumulate wealth in society depends on the structure of that society. What traits are useful to you depends on the society. Like, for like, just as a thought experiment here, if you have a matriarchal, ultra-capitalist society that is, let's say, dominated by like a very racist white social class, okay? Then you are going to be more genetically predisposed to wealth by being born a woman and white. And, like, you're going to be privileged in a number of ways if you also happen to be born with genetics that allow you to, like, appear more desirable in all of the other ways that society might privilege. So, like, yeah. But how does this tell us anything that is useful that couldn't have just been explained much more simply with the sociological examination of our society and our social structures? Like, this is where I'm really confused. Right? Yeah, OS Crane. Like, I feel you right now. I feel like I'm having a stroke right now because this feels very simple. And, like, pointing out a bunch of correlations doesn't seem particularly useful. A lot of things are correlated that have nothing to do with each other. Oh, goodness. I've been talking for a long time. We are not done yet. But I just want to say, because we've been going for about 3.5 hours, if you've been enjoying this, if you've been finding it informational, funny, whatever, please hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, and please consider dropping subs, donos, or memberships, because this show is only possible because of contributions from viewers like you. Thank you. Just want, yeah, if any of you would like to give some subs or donos, I would very much appreciate it. All right, diving back in. Okay. Hardin thinks that the conversation about behavior genetics will continue to go in circles as long as we preserve the facile distinction between immutable genetic causes and malleable environmental ones. We would be better off if we accepted that everything is woven of long causal chains from genes through culture to personhood, that the more we understand about them, the more effective our interventions might be. And again, I'm not against individual interventions and assistance for people with different genetic predispositions. That I think that's fine. Or different genetic, like, situations that lead them to, like, you know, a certain mental illness if they have different environmental factors. Like, if I think individual intervention is a perfectly fine and good thing. But when we're talking about social and societal interventions, well, then suddenly I think we're talking about something very, very different. Andrew S., thank you for the 5 gifted memberships over on YouTube. I very, very, very much appreciate it because, gotta pay my rent. Gotta eat some food. Andrew S. doing the Lord's work over in YouTube chat. First YouTube chatter to donate, too. Hell yeah. Yeah, people getting help is good, but the underlying argument you are presenting is really dangerous and sets a scary precedent. Yeah. And ultimately, I'm not sure that I see how useful it is. Oh, man. All right. I'm going to read this part, but...
Is that burnt toast I smell right now?
Mathatiahu, thank you for the 3 tier 1 subs. I very much appreciate those. Thank you very, very much. The first thing that social science genomics can do is help researchers control for confounding genetic variables that are almost universally overlooked. As Hardin puts it in her book, genetic data gets one source of human differences out of the way so that the environment is easier to see. For example, beginning in 2002, the federal government spent almost $1 billion on something called the Healthy Marriage Initiative, which sought to reduce marital conflict as a way of combating poverty and juvenile crime. Hardin was not surprised to hear that the policy had no discernible effect. Her own research showed that when identical twin sisters have marriages with different levels of conflict, their children have equal risk for delinquency. The point was not to estimate the effects of DNA per se, but to provide an additional counterfactual for analysis. Would an observed result continue to hold up if the people involved had different genes? Hardin can identify studies on a vast array of topics. Okay, just real quick. I'm taking a look at this, and first of all, federal government, you spent $1 billion? You spent $1 billion on this?
I appreciate you sharing this article. Thank you, Tilda.
Kiwi Bird, thank you for subscribing over on Twitch. I appreciate you. Federal government, you spent $1 billion on healthy marriage initiative to reduce marital conflict in an effort to combat poverty and juvenile crime. How is that exactly going to give people money? How is that going to combat poverty? A better way to combat poverty and reduce juvenile crime would be to alleviate the economic insecurity and suffering of low-income families. It's an economic factor. You're literally, like, crime is largely determined by... crime and criminality are largely determined as, like, byproducts of poverty. So, you trying to address marital conflict doesn't address the core issue. I mean, I guess it combated poverty because they hired a bunch of researchers. True. The out of work researchers at the time really appreciated it. And I have to point out here that the biggest factor at play when it comes to poverty and juvenile crime is the poverty. So, like, controlling for marital conflict with an identical twin study doesn't necessarily affect the delinquency, because the main problem is poverty. We already know that. Hardin can identify studies on a vast array of topics. Will coaching under-resourced parents to speak more to their children reduce educational gaps? Does having dinner earlier improve familial relationships? Whose conclusions she considers dubious because the researchers controlled for everything except the fact that the parents pass along to their children both a home environment and a genome. And, like, yeah. How I feel like I'm going crazy right now. Is there anyone in chat who feels like they're not going crazy? Who wants to take a stab at trying to explain what she's getting at here? Because right now it really just feels like a correlation does not equal causation situation writ large. And on top of that, any of these situations where she is coming down on a conclusion seem like things we could easily have come to on sociological grounds. The only reason I'm not going insane right now is because I'm very distracted and haven't been paying much attention. Fair. This feels like a thread my mind would chase while doing many drugs. Or drugs. Yeah, that's the thing, fresh out of the asylum. It keeps circling, and I want to know what it's circling around. My dad gave me gray hair when I was 15. That means I only have a decade or so left to live because I'm getting old way too fast. No, Andrew! Who will support the poor folks in YouTube chat? All right. She acknowledged that GWAS techniques are too new and the anxieties about behavior genetics too deeply entrenched to have produced many immediately instrumental examples so far, but she pointed to a study from last year as proof of concept. A team of researchers led by Jasmine Wirtz at Duke used GWAS results to examine 4 different aspects of parenting that have previously been shown to predict children's educational attainment: cognitive stimulation, warmth and sensitivity, household chaos, reverse coded to indicate low household chaos, and the safety and tidiness of the family home. They found that one of them, cognitive stimulation, was linked to children's academic achievement and their mother's genes, even when the children did not inherit the relevant variants. Parental choices to read books, do puzzles, visit museums might be conditioned by their own genes, but they nevertheless produce significant environmental effects. Even the discovery that a particular outcome is largely genetic doesn't mean that its effects will invariably persist. In 1972, the UK government raised the age at which students could leave school, from 15 to 16. In 2018, a research group studied the effects of the extra year on students as adults and found that their health outcomes from measures like body mass index, for whatever reason, improved slightly on average. But those with a high genetic propensity for obesity benefited dramatically, a differential impact that might easily have gone unnoticed. Uh-huh. But, like, but you can't say that that's a causative, right? This is just a correlated result. So is it an impact or is it just a coincidence? What are you actually finding out other than a string of data to correlate along? Some of Hardin's most recent research has looked at circular tracking. Oh, sorry, curricular. God. Tracking for mathematics, an intuitive instance of how gene-environment interactions can create feedback loops. Poor schools, Hardin has found, tend to let down all their students. Those with innate math ability are rarely encouraged to pursue advanced classes, and those who struggle are allowed to drop the subject entirely, a situation that often forecloses the possibility of college. The most well-off schools are able to initiate virtuous cycles in the most gifted math students and break vicious cycles in the less gifted, raising the ceiling and the floor for achievement. Hardin has perceived in the wake of studies like these a new willingness to consider the role of genetics. But this isn't at all relevant to school policy. This is relevant to funding schools. Again, the genetic component would make a really great way for schools to possibly intervene with struggling students to help them break those vicious cycles. I can see that argument. But the thing you're looking at here is the poverty, the relative poverty of the school. I feel like I'm on crazy pills right now. Hardin has perceived, in the wake of studies like these, a new willingness to consider the role of genetics. I get emails now from curious social scientists that say, I've never thought genetics was useful or relevant to me, in part because I worried there was no way to talk about genes and intelligence or genes and behavior without dabbling in Murray-style scientific racism. And I just... Can I just say that this is where my brain's at right now? I feel like the usefulness of this particular approach is that you could develop specific interventions for different portions or different people who are genetically predisposed to like certain outcomes, and you could make interventions available to them and their families that could be useful. I think that would be good. But my worry here is that the reason people tend to be sociologically interested in these genetic differences is not to do that. They're interested in it in order to cordon off genetically inferior groups in order to prioritize resources for the more genetically gifted. And that seems to me to be the big issue here. It all seems to kind of come back to a eugenicist view. The Murray Herenstein gun that hung on the wall of William Darrity's email went off about a year later. On April 23rd, 2017, the popular podcaster Sam Harris released an episode, Forbidden Knowledge, designed to trigger a commotion among liberal intellectuals. Harris was affiliated with the so-called intellectual dark web, a miscellaneous club. Yeah, you guys thought we forgot about Sam Harris and Douglas Murray, huh? He was part of the so-called intellectual dark web, a miscellaneous club from which he has since distanced himself. Bound together by a shared fixation with what it perceives to be liberal groupthink. In his interviews, Harris adopts a drowsy monotone that seems pitched to signal his commitment to the dispassionate promotion of disputatious ideas, like how Muslims are inferior to all other religious groups. That's kind of one of his big things. On this occasion, he invited listeners to strap in for a conversation with Charles Murray about the bell curve, which Harris advertised as one of the most controversial books in living memory. The book generated such outsized hostility, according to Harris, because it traffics in unpleasant truths. Yeah, in case any of you were wondering if Sam Harris was or was not a raging racist, the fact that he upholds the bell curve as a bastion of unpleasant truth is basically verification that, yeah, he's a raging racist. No one embraces the bell curve by Douglas Murray and is not a raging racist. The entire premise of the book is that different racial groups have different levels of innate intelligence. People don't want to hear that intelligence is a real thing, and that some people have more of it than others, he said. They don't want to hear that differences in IQ matter because they're highly predictive of differential success in life, and not just for things like educational attainment and wealth, but for things like out-of-wedlock birth and mortality. People don't want to hear that a person's intelligence is in large measure due to his or her genes, and there seems to be very little we can do environmentally to increase a person's intelligence even in childhood. It's not that environment doesn't matter, but genes appear to be 50 to 80% of the story. People don't want to hear this. They certainly don't want to hear that average IQ differs across races and ethnic groups. I think I've heard that book. Yeah, John Bainbridge, The Bell Curve is like one of the most famous pieces of scientific racism of like the modern era. Yes, there is like a 3-hour-long video about it on Sean's channel, which I would very much recommend seeing. Is it, do I keep saying Douglas Murray instead of Charles Murray? Oh no. Oh no. I'm so sorry, Douglas Murray. I don't think I like you either, but I'm sorry that I said you were Charles Murray. You're not Charles, you're Douglas, damn it. Why didn't anyone stop me? Bill Murray? Yeah, Douglas Murray is also bad, but not the one I'm talking about right now. All Murrays have common sociopathic predispositions. It's in their genes. Anyway, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. The Murray gene. Yeah, how many Murrays are genetically predisposed to being named Murray? Why is Douglas Murray bad? I do not have the time or energy for that today. Harris was drawn to Murray's defense after an incident in Middlebury College the previous month in which Murray was shouted down by student protesters and his faculty. Chaperone was injured in a melee. Harris considered the deplatforming part of an anti-free speech hysteria that's spreading on college campuses because, again, this was when conservatives all made their living by grifting off of, like, college campus protests. Let's see here. Okay. I want to hear what Hardin says here. Okay. After it was released, Vox asked Turkheimer to contribute a rebuttal, and he proposed that Hardin collaborate. Hardin felt a responsibility to accept the assignment. People are very tempted by Murray's ideas, and there's a certain kind of person who almost certainly hasn't read The Bell Curve but listens to Sam Harris, who has a huge audience, she told me. She believed that the left's standard issue response was unhelpful. This is a very Christian thing I'm about to say, but it reminds me of the episode where Jesus is tempted by Satan in the desert, she told me in Bozeman. There's just enough truth in Murray that if you say, this is all wrong, you paint yourself into a corner where you say intellectually dishonest things. Jesus has to say, this part is true and this part is false. She stopped herself. Don't write that I'm comparing Murray to Satan, she said, and then continued, well, that's kind of a dick move, the New Yorker. I know we all want to say it's not true that intelligence tests predict things, but that's not the lie. To say that sort of thing ran the risk of furthering the martyrology of Murray and of lending luster to the notion that his ideas were indeed forbidden knowledge. The scholar and critic Frederick de Boer, oh look, it's that guy, who has drawn heavily on Hardin's work, has been even more pointed in his criticism. In a 2017 essay, he wrote, liberals have flattered themselves since the election as the party of facts, truth-tellers who are laboring against those who have rejected reason itself. And on certain issues, I suspect they are right. But let's be clear, the denial of the impact of genetics on human academic outcomes is fake news. But no one has ever denied that. Like, that's the thing that gets me about all this article. No one says there's no role. Just that the socioeconomic factors and environment are things we have better control over and a better grasp of and a better knowledge of. We have more control over how to change those. That's all anyone has been saying when talking about social policy. Everyone agrees that genetics plays a role on an individual level with people's development and different ability. No one disagrees on that point. We're almost done with this article, chat. And I feel like I'm on crazy pills because this entire article keeps trying to gaslight me about liberals. And I'm not a liberal. I'm a socialist. I hate liberals. But that's not liberalism as like an ideology isn't denying the role of genetics. It's so strange. It's so strange. I mean, like yesterday when Dr. Phil has spent time using that protest as a grift. I feel like I missed the train on that reference making sense. I remember saying that earlier today, but I don't know how it fit in with what I was saying. Oh, okay. All right. Paladin, am I on crazy pills right now? Am I like overreacting? I want like a gut check from chat right now. Like, I see, the thing is, Zelrex, as we've gotten further into this, I'm not convinced that she's racist. I'm just really confused at what she thinks she's showing. That's kind of where I'm at on this. Yeah, GamerG, that's kind of where I'm at, and I don't even think she's an idiot. It's just like, I don't think she's racist. I feel like it's just like the thinking is trapped in a loop. I think okay. Yeah, a lot of this is just a lot of yap. All right. Let's finish this. Sounds racist to me. I think it could very easily be used to justify insanely racist stuff. I don't think she on her own is necessarily racist. I haven't seen any of that. My general opinion on this, they're trying to convert a social science into a physical science for no real reason while simultaneously having to dodge Charles Murray. Yeah, honestly, this just seems like you're doing the social science with extra steps. And I'm not entirely sure why they believe the extra steps are necessary. Yeah. It doesn't help that the article's author appears to be trying to create a narrative that the subject of the article has never tried to make and is waffling on and on and on and on and on. Yeah. All right. The Vox piece, which Hardin and Turkheimer wrote with the social psychologist Robert Nisbet, was headlined, "Charles Murray is once again peddling junk science about race and IQ. There's a lot of good evidence," they wrote, "to support the ideas that intelligence as measured by IQ tests is a meaningful construct." I would disagree with that, but okay. "And that individual differences in intelligence are moderately heritable." They even conceded, with many qualifications, that racial groups differ in their mean scores on IQ tests, but there was simply no good scientific reason to conclude that observed racial gaps were anything but the fallout from the effects of racism. They pointed out that in the one instance where Harris used James Flynn's work to push back against Murray's ideas, Murray responded with some hand-waving about a research paper that he admitted was too complicated for him to understand. Despite its inflammatory headline, the article represented an unusually subtle culture war intervention. Nevertheless, Harris and his legion of supporters took it as the instigation of a smear campaign. In Quillette, The researcher Richard Heyer compared Hardin and Turkheimer's repudiation of Murray to climate change denial. Second time in a year, Hardin had been thus indicted, this time from the right. Hardin told me the popular reaction was so divorced from that of the scientific community that men on the internet were sending me papers to read without realizing they were citing work by my ex-husband, and that the work itself was a meta-analysis of my own papers. That is pretty funny. That's actually pretty funny. Well, and that's the thing, Matatiyahu. That's the thing, right? Wealth is heritable. Like in the way that they are using the term heritable, they just mean passed on. Not like there's a wealth gene, just that the wealth that family has is then passed on, is used to like raise the child, which in turn allows them to have a better upbringing and like be able to achieve more, you know? Like it's the like heritable in the sense of inheritance, but like why not just talk about it from the socioeconomic perspective that is there? Like, I think it's interesting, for example, that environment can activate or deactivate certain genetic components. I find that to be interesting. We should learn more about that. But like, that's not what is that's not what this particular field is interested in. It seems, I think Paladin got it really well, like nailed it. They're trying to make the social science of like wealth heritability into a physical science of genetics, and like it just doesn't work that way. The tension we're feeling right now is why it doesn't work. All right. Last summer, an anonymous intermediary proposed to Harris and Hardin that they address their unresolved issues. Hardin appeared on Harris's podcast and patiently explained why Murray's speculation was dangerously out in front of the science. At the moment, technical and methodological challenges, as well as the persistent effects of an unequal environment, would make it impossible to conduct an experiment to test Murray's idly incendiary hypotheses. I also think that, like, maybe framing New Yorker, framing this as Murray's speculation is in front of the science kind of implies that science will at some point meet Murray's speculation, when that's not the case. Like, part of the issue here is that the community is kind of a mess. There's still douchebags like Charles Murray and Richard Heyer around. Linda Gottfredson is still around. These people are racists. They took money from racist think tanks to produce racist outcomes, and they're still arguing that they're right. Yeah. She refused to grant that his provocations were innocent. I don't disagree with you about insisting on intellectual honesty, but I think of it as both and. I think that the value is very important, but I find it very important to listen to people when they say, I'm worried about how this idea might be used to harm me or my family or my neighborhood or my group. Harris declined to comment on the record for this piece. Interesting. Last year, Frederick DeBoer, hey, that's the guy from the video from so long ago, published The Cult of Smart, which argues that the education reform movement has been trammeled by its willful ignorance of genetic variation. Views associated with the hereditarian left have also been articulated by, you know what? Just real quick, I wonder if I can find it. Nah, I'm not gonna look up like a book review of The Cult of Smart. Not right now. Maybe I'll do that off stream at some point. Views associated with the hereditarian left have also been articulated by the psychiatrist and essayist Scott Alexander and the philosopher Peter Singer. Singer told me of Hardin, her ethical arguments are ones that I have held for quite a long time. If you ignore these things that contribute to inequality or pretend they don't exist, you make it more difficult to achieve the kind of society that you value. He added, there's a politically correct left that's still not open to these things. Stuart Ritchie, an intelligence researcher, told me he thinks that Hardin's book might create its own audience. There's so much toxicity in this debate that it'll take a long time to change people's minds on it, if at all, but I think Page's book is just so clear in its explanation of the science. So, like, the thing is, I get the science. I understand the science. But I don't know what good the science has done outside of being able to maybe counter the ideas of of folks like Douglas Murray. Or not Douglas, Charles Murray. God damn it. Sorry, Douglas. You're also an asshole, but not the asshole I'm talking about right now. We get the science of genes. And I think this lady's heart is in the right place. I don't understand the impulse to try and turn this social science into a physical one. I just don't get it. I don't get it. We're talking about an extremely complicated set of factors that all come together and mesh in unpredictable and chaotic and wild ways. And creating a bunch of correlative data is interesting, but it doesn't seem to show any causative effects. And in order to show causative effects, I think we'd have to have a lot more data, like an amount of data that would be almost infeasible for us to actually obtain. And so I think that my confusion is that we already have ways to assess these social problems, right? Like children underachieving in school or poverty and crime. We already have ways to assess these things and known interventions on a societal and policy level that we can take to largely solve these problems. We already have that data. And I'm not sure what good is being done here by then going in and trying to have correlative genetic data when when you're already also acknowledging that certain factors like wealth play huge roles in human development. I think the reason she wants to justify the social science by genomics is to justify her personal benefits of the system that benefits her. Unless she isn't white, I don't know her. I mean, she is white, as far as I know from the picture, anyway. I don't even know if it's about benefiting the system that benefits her. It just seems to me like I have not. By the way, I have nothing against seemingly useless inquiry that just explains more factors of the world. I think that's fine. I think that's fine. I guess I'm just I'm just confused at the attempt to associate these findings with larger social problems and by extension use these findings from this scientific inquiry to then make social prescriptions. That's kind of where I'm at. Like, I have no problem with the gathering of data or with looking into this and trying to understand the genetic aspect of this interaction of forces. But it's when it then goes into advocating for political and social policy that isn't focused on like individual level intervention. That's where it all loses me. This is interesting. The nomenclature has given Hardin pause, depending on the definition of hereditarian, which can connote a more biodeterminist views, and the definition of left. De Boer is a communist. Alexander leans libertarian, and Hardin described herself to me as a Matthew 25:40 empiricist. The king will reply, truly I tell you, whatever you did for one of the least of these brothers and sisters of mine, you did for me. The political sensitivity of the subject has convinced many sympathetic economists, psychologists, and geneticists to keep their heads below the parapets of academia. As the population geneticist I spoke to put it to me, geneticists know how to talk about this stuff to each other, in part because we understand terms like heritability, which we use in technical ways that don't always fully overlap with their colloquial meanings, and in part because we're charitable with each other, assume each other's good faith. We know that our colleagues aren't eugenicists, but we have, again, I don't think you actually know that. I'm just throwing out there, I think there's a lot of assumptions of good faith that aren't necessarily founded. But we have no idea how to talk about it to the public, and while I don't agree with everything she said, sometimes it feels like we've all been sitting around waiting for a book like Pages. Let's see. This March, after she expressed support for standardized testing. Paige, come on. Again, if you were into the social sciences and the socioeconomic analysis of standardized testing, you would know that it's a bad idea. God. She argues predicts students' success above and beyond GPA and can also help increase low-income and minority representation. Parody account appeared under the handle Eugenic Inc. with the name Dr. Hardin Social Justice Through Eugenics. And the bio, not a determinist, but yes, genes cause everything. I want to breed more Hillary Clintons for higher quality future people. Yes. In 2018, she wrote an op-ed in the Times arguing that progressives should embrace the potential of genetics to inform education policy. Well, there's your problem. There's your problem right there. This would be why people on Twitter are giving you shit. This is such a buried lead. This is such a buried lead. How did you put this at the tail end? Dorothy Roberts, a professor of law, sociology, and Africana studies at the University of Pennsylvania, strongly disagreed. Quote, "There's just no way that genetic testing is going to lead to a restructuring of society in a just way in the future. We have 100 years of evidence for what happens when social outcomes are attributed to genetic differences, and it is always to stigmatize, control, and punish the people predicted to have socially devalued traits." Darity, the economist, told me that he doesn't see how Hardin can insist that differences within groups are genetic, but that differences between them are not. It's a feint and a dodge for her to say, well, I'm only looking at variations across individuals. There's a good precedent for this kind of concern. In Blueprint, Robert Plomin wrote that polygenic scores should be understood as fortune tellers that can foretell our futures from birth. I'm so mad right now. I am so mad at this article burying all of this so deeply. I'm so mad right now. You know, I went into this. I went into this, and you know, I feel like I got lulled into a false sense of security, only to get sucker punched right at the last minute here by this sudden turn. I was willing to give so much like assumption of good faith to this lady, and all of a sudden, oh yeah, advocating for social policy prescription. Okay, cool. Yeah, all right. Yeah, remember when we talked about polygenic scores, and I was like, wow, this seems really eugenicsy. And then I'm like, well, you know, maybe they're talking about something. Maybe they're talking about it in a different way. Maybe this is something else. You know, I'm not an expert on this. God damn. Oh, Jared Taylor, a white supremacist leader, argued that Plomin's book should destroy the basis for the entire egalitarian enterprise of the last 60 or so years. He seized on Plomin's claim that, for many outcomes, environmental levers for change are not within our grasp, Taylor wrote. This is a devastating finding for the armies of academics and uplift artists who think every difference in outcome is society's fault. He continued, and although Blueprint includes nothing about race, the implications for racial justice are just as colossal. Hardin has been merciless in her response to behavior geneticists whose disciplinary salesmanship, perhaps worse, inadvertently indulges the extreme right. In her own view, Plomin's book, as she wrote, insisting that DNA matters is scientifically accurate. Insisting that it is the only thing that matters is scientifically outlandish. Plomin told me that Hardin misrepresented his intent. He added, good luck to Page in convincing people who are engaged in the culture wars about this middle path she's suggesting. My view is it isn't worth confronting people and arguing with them. With the first review of Hardin's book, these dynamics played out on cue. Razib Khan, a conservative science blogger identified with the human biodiversity movement, wrote that he admired her presentation of the science, but was put off by the book's politics. Though he notes that a colleague of his once heard Hardin described as Charles Murray in a skirt, he clearly thinks the honorific was misplaced. Quote, alas, if you do not come to this work with Hardin's commitment to social justice, much of the non-scientific content will strike you as misguided, gratuitous, and at times even unfair. This did not prevent some on the Twitter left from expressing immediate disgust. Kevin Bird, who describes himself in his Twitter bio as a radical scientist, tweeted, personally, I wouldn't be very happy if a race science guy thought my book was good. Hardin sighed when she recounted the exchange. It's always from both flanks. It felt like another miniature version of Harris on one side and Darity on the other. I just... Remember Heyer and Gottfredson? They were both paid from the same white supremacist think tank, the same one that paid Jared Taylor. So, like, the problem with this is the problem that I think Darity points out with kind of her trajectory of research on this. You know? Like, Darity again said he doesn't see how Hardin can insist that differences within groups are genetic, but that differences between them are not. And I again, that's kind of where I'm at on this. Like, I feel like kind of coded within a lot of her assumptions on genetics, like, are these assumptions or are these ideas? And I think you can, I think you can, I think it is possible to frame these ideas and to frame discussions around genetics as interventions on individual levels. I think that is a totally acceptable and fine thing to do. Again, where it gets me is where you make broader statements. And it seems kind of like the nature of where the science is at, or where her field is at, is that there's not enough information to make specific causal links. And so they have to make these broader generalizations, which in turn makes it incredibly easy for this research to then be very attractive to race realists, to the Charles Murrays of the world. And I think really the only way to get past that is like being extraordinarily careful with language, and also like making sure like getting I guess directing the research in more actionable ways. You know? Morbius Dragon, thank you for gifting a membership over on YouTube. I very, very much appreciate that. The ultimate claim of the genetic lottery is an extraordinarily ambitious act of moral entrepreneurialism. Hardin argues that an appreciation of the role of simple genetic luck, alongside all the other arbitrary lotteries of birth, will make us as a society more inclined to ensure that everyone has the opportunity to enjoy lives of dignity and comfort. She writes, quote, "I think we must dismantle the false distinction between inequalities that society is responsible for addressing and inequalities that are caused by differences in biology." She cites research showing that most people are much more willing to support redistributive policies if differences in opportunity are seen as arbitrarily unfair and deeply pervasive. I guess, like, this is the thing. This is where I'm at now. It is a false distinction between these two ideas. Like, society and our genes have a complex interplay. But saying that seems like it just brings us back to square one. It brings us back to nature and nurture, and the reality that you need both. And that, like, on some level, the best we can do is shape a supportive, loving, and helpful environment around ourselves and one another. And that seems to be where we already were at the beginning of this. And I don't think anyone would have. I don't think liberals would disagree with that notion. Hey, Maxine the cat. Have I mentioned that evolutionary genetics has become a backwater thanks to scientific racism? It's true. As she put it to me in an email, even if we eliminated all inequalities in educational outcomes between sexes, all inequalities by family, socioeconomic status, all inequalities between different schools, which, as you know, are very confounded with inequalities by race, we've only eliminated a bit more than a quarter of the inequalities in educational outcomes. She directed me to a comprehensive World Bank data set released in 2020, which showed that 72% of inequality at the primary school level in the US is within demographic groups rather than between them. Common intuitions about the scale of inequality in our society and our imaginations about how much progress we would make if we eliminated the visible inequalities by race and class are profoundly wrong, she wrote. The science confronts us with a form of inequality that would otherwise be easy to ignore. And this is the thing that is infuriating to me, right? Because I read this and suddenly it kind of sounds, when you say 72% of inequality at the primary school level in the US is within demographic groups rather than between them. What are you trying to say? Just say it. Just say what you mean. What are you trying to say about the factor here? Are you trying to say that genetics is the factor that's causing the inequality within demographic groups? Because that seems like a really hard thing to conclude. Like, I think a lot of that is best described by inequality on the socioeconomic level. Common intuitions about the scale of inequality in our society and our imaginations about how much progress we would make if we eliminated the visible inequalities by race and class are profoundly wrong, she wrote. The science confronts us with a form of inequality that would otherwise be easy to ignore. Perspective of gene blindness, she believes, perpetuates the myth that those of us who have succeeded in 21st century capitalism have done so primarily because of our own hard work and effort, not because we happen to be the beneficiaries of accidents of birth, both environmental and genetic. Again, no one disagrees with this. The idea that America is or could ever be the sort of meritocracy where social goods are divided up according to what people deserve, or we need to reject the idea that America is and could ever be a meritocracy. Yeah. Oh, okay, yeah. No, thank you, New Yorker article. I'm not crazy. Her rhetoric is grand, though the practical implications, insofar as she discusses them, are not far removed from the mid-century social democratic consensus. Cool. If genes play a significant role in educational attainment, then perhaps we ought to design our society such that you don't need a college degree to secure healthcare. True. This has been such a wild article. In my conversations with her colleagues, Hardin's overarching idea was almost universally described as both beautiful and hopelessly quixotic. As one philosopher put it, what I love about Paige, and also what I find so incredibly moving and courageous and reckless about her, is that she thinks she can change the whole apparatus, this large-scale framework for moral responsibility, on the basis of our understanding of our genes. I'm not sure genetics has the capacity to shift our intuitions, at least on the left, because of course the right already cares about genes. In principle, the left could try and take genes as a starting point too, but in practice, it's probably a different story. It's really awful to think about, but I think the fact that she's an attractive and charismatic Southern woman seems not irrelevant to her desirability as a culture war ally for the right. I think that arrow hits directly at the mark. James Tabery, a philosopher at the University of Utah, believes that underscoring genetic difference is just as likely to increase inequality as to reduce it. It's truly noble for Page to make the case for why we might think of biological differences as similar to socially constructed differences, but you're bumping into a great deal of historical, economic, political, and philosophical momentum, and it's dangerous no matter how noble her intentions are, because once the ideas are out there, they're going to get digested the way they're going to get digested, he said. The playing board has been set for some time. Turkheimer said, I think that's Page's dilemma, and I don't mean this in a bad way because she takes the problem very seriously, is in the balance that everyone has to seek. If you're me, who thinks that it's all just correlation, then you're the gloomy prospect guy and everyone thinks you're a wet blanket. And if you think, wow, the whole world turned out to be genetic, then you're Charles Murray. And in between, you have to walk this very careful path. You have to believe in a certain amount of genetic causation, or you don't have a science. And you can't believe in too much genetic causation, or you believe that poor people are poor because they have poor genes. And that's a very delicate walk. I mean, Tarkai... I want to call him Governor Tarkin. Turkheimer, I think, is probably on the more accurate side of this. Hardin's political optimism is tempered by a serene personal realism. I don't care about that. All right. Let's see. I used this example of my sunglasses, she said. She removes her Ray-Bans and took out her phone to show me a photograph of two previous pairs, both of which lost the same lens. I think of the heritability of life events as the repeatability of things that seem serendipitous. I'm clumsy in ways that persist over time. I have certain tastes that persist over time. And I guess I think of the heritability of divorce in the same way. My subjective experience of my sunglasses being broken is that you have good intentions and life goes awry. It's easy to interpret these things as events that happen to you, but on the other hand, I bring all sorts of things that make these experiences repeatable in ways that are extremely difficult to describe. It's obviously difficult to do exact science on the ways I repeatedly break my Ray-Bans, just like it's difficult or impossible to explain marital status on a molecular level. She picked up her sunglasses off the table and put them back on. But I do think that in the end, you end up becoming yourself. And like, heritability of divorce. Heritability in the same sense of heritability of wealth. Not that there's a genetic predisposition to divorce per se, but more so like if your parents are divorced, you're more likely to get divorced, kind of a thing, you know? Yeah, a lot of which can be described with socioeconomic factors. Again, the key problem throughout all of this seems to, and again, I think Paladin hit it on the head, taking a social science and trying to make it a physical one. I think that there's a lot of valuable information that studying genetics can get us. I think that having large data sets of correlative data, it can be very useful. I just don't think that the causative relationship is here. That's not where the science is at. At least not yet, and it might not ever be, you know? So,
and
that takes us back all the way, now that we have an idea of what the hereditarian left is, At least some idea. Anyway. That's right. You thought I forgot? You thought I forgot? You thought I forgot? The entire reason we went down this rabbit hole was to understand what the hell is happening. Why did Freddie DeBoer write an article, "The marginalized should just be allowed to break the rules as bigoted and unworkable"? And luckily for us, this article is much shorter than the New Yorker article we just went over. All right. So, again, let's go. The piece by Mark Healy is reported out and doesn't arrive at an explicit thesis. It also directly reflects on why such a crackdown has come to pass, because these vehicles operate in a totally lawless fashion, make the city more dangerous and unpleasant. Still, the essay is identifiably a part of a very active genre in media these days, a genre in which liberals fret vaguely about issues of disproportionate enforcement in policing and impact on marginalized groups, etc., etc., etc. It's the kind of thing that urban left-of-center media thrives on. That's not at all indicative of the article. The article points out several different problems: the Byzantine bureaucracy, the influence of these these delivery apps, the marginalized economic status is certainly something that matters when it comes to seeing who is affected by these policies, and also points out how the policies could potentially be changed. Like, by highlighting the different policy failures, we could see like actual effective policy that would actually result in fewer of these vehicles being impounded, instead of like just profiting off of like the fees being passed on to these people. So I'm just throwing that out there because we actually read through the article, and now that we know where this guy's coming from, we can continue. Healy opens with an anecdote about a sympathetic delivery driver whose bike has been impounded because he was unlicensed, and such stories power the piece. Throughout, there's swipes taken at Eric Adams' mayoral administration, which has earned a lot of legitimate criticism. It's also the case that complaining about Adams has become a station of the cross for a certain kind of bougie New Yorker. It's hard to believe that he won the election until you remember a few things, and then it isn't. What is it? Okay, yeah. It's really interesting that like this article highlights one of the people who ran for mayor, because I covered that election and more than 2 people ran for mayor, but okay. Anyway. It's an interesting piece, and I appreciate the perspective. It's also all very much a particular kind of 2020s New York thing, one that I find reliably unhelpful. Healy writes, on the day I visited, nearly everyone waiting outside the lot, hoping to be reunited with their 2-wheeled inmate, was an immigrant from Ecuador, Turkey, Colombia, Equatorial Guinea, Barbados, Sierra Leone, who has come to rely on the motorized bikes to make a living in a class-divided city that is increasingly composed of people who make deliveries and people who have things delivered to them. Naturally, the impound system effects are visited disproportionately on those like Rodriguez, who have few other options. I don't want to minimize those challenges or their disproportionate nature. I do want to point out that this kind of implicit critique of policing does not imply what many people think it implies. Typically, the logic is the law is disproportionately enforced, so let's just not enforce it at all. So here's a list from me to point out a few things. Of course, okay, that's not. You can say typically the logic is the law is disproportionately enforced, so let's just not enforce it at all. You can say that that is the typical logic, but that's not what the article is saying. Again, we read the article. It doesn't say the law shouldn't be enforced. I'm sorry, Freddie DeBoer, did you read that article and you thought to yourself that it was advocating for people to just be able to drive unlicensed motor vehicles? Because having read the article, it doesn't do that. I wonder. Out of curiosity. Also, you know what? I wasn't gonna nitpick on this, but fuck it. So we have this quote, and because we've actually read the article, we can point out, oh look, that's a weird place to put an ellipses, and an interesting little position here. Well, I wonder what's left out here. Let's take a look. Okay. Who come to rely on motorized bikes to make a living in a class-divided city that is increasingly composed of people who make deliveries and people who have things delivered to them. Erie Basin is an institution of nearly impenetrable bureaucratic frustration with short hours, long waits, rigid protocols, and a steady stream of dashed hopes. Naturally, its effects are visited disproportionately on those like Rodriguez who have few other options. Oh, so you left out how much here? Oh, yeah, you left out this particular portion about the nearly impenetrable bureaucratic frustration with short hours and long waits and rigid protocols. And, you know, one might read this article and say, what if we, instead of criminalizing these people and punishing them further after their vehicle's impounded, what if we, I don't know, staffed the location for longer hours so that people could come and get their stuff? Or, you know, funded it so that it didn't take the NYPD 10 days to find a vehicle that they had impounded. You know, it's interesting what you leave out. Anyway. All right, so here's a list from me to point out a few things. I bet it'll be really good. Of course, the lives of delivery drivers in New York City are hard. Of course, the guys who do that job are often suffering under various forms of identity-based oppression, related to race and poverty and language barriers and citizenship status. Of course, they're exploited by the delivery app companies and the restaurants and their customers. Of course, there's this whole world of urban underclass that labors hard for low wages and makes 21st century comforts possible for the upper classes. Of course, we need fast, reliable, and cheap public transit options. Of course, we need more equitable and just society in general. Of course, there are reasonable and unreasonable approaches to traffic enforcement, and oftentimes the cops/prosecutors/city officials will default to approaches that are too heavy-handed or punitive or bureaucratic. Of course, we should look for policy solutions that pursue public safety while also not unduly burdening low-wage workers. We still have to make and enforce laws regulating the conduct of people riding these vehicles because they're crazy, fucking dangerous, and they drive everyone else in the city insane. And yeah, just gonna pause here. That's crazy because the article wasn't saying that you shouldn't that these laws shouldn't be enforced. So, like, you're literally mad at this article for pointing out a problem, for pointing out a series of systemic failures that lead to thousands of these vehicles being taken and thousands of them being summarily destroyed when there's an entire class of people that rely upon them. And these problems could be solved by addressing those systemic failures. You know, either by changing the Byzantine bureaucratic system that prevents them from, like, obtaining their vehicles. Instituting limits on the delivery apps that are forcing drivers to go faster and farther for their you know, job. enforcing standards on dealers of these vehicles to make sure that those dealers are telling people to get their vehicles registered and what kinds of licensing they need in order to legally drive them. It turns out that that's what the article is about, pointing out the systemic failures. And I'm sorry that it didn't hold your hand and assume you're a child. I guess. You're in your 40s. You have a doctorate in philosophy and English. I would assume the process of getting your doctorate in English literature would include some amount of being able to read between the lines here in order to understand what the article is about and also what it might be suggesting. Because I'm here to tell you the article, having read it multiple times myself, is not suggesting, well, poor people should just be able to break the law. That's not what it's about. Yeah, critical context clues. God. For those who are unaware of what it's like to live in the city these days, it's difficult to overstate just how much these e-bikes, mopeds, scooters, ATVs, and assorted motorized vehicles rule the streets in some neighborhoods. I accidentally changed my scene transition. Just to reiterate, so far this year they have the police have seized a total of 42 or 46, I can't remember from the article, ATVs. The rest are all delivery mopeds. Like, it's not, they're not taking these crazy dangerous, they got 2 motorbikes. They got 2 dirt bikes. Again, did you read the article? If you've spent any significant time in Midtown Manhattan at all, you've come very close to meeting your maker at the hands of someone riding an e-bike with their eyes glued firmly on their smartphone. But you don't have to be right in the middle of the action to feel their effects. I lived a couple blocks away from Crown Heights for years and learned to keep my head on a swivel when I was on or near Nostrand Avenue. The bike lanes are choked with them, and they treat one-way streets, streetlights, stop signs, essentially every rule of the road with kind of joyful indifference. I'm someone who was going to New York City my whole life before living there for 7.5 years, and it's genuinely incredible how much more pleasant and safe the city is now than it was in the 1980s and 90s. There's plenty to reminisce about from that era, but if you think that it was overall better, you're deluding yourself with nostalgia. There was dog shit everywhere. But besides how insanely expensive the city has become, in just about every way, I would nominate these fucking e-bikes and scooters as potentially the worst change in my lifetime. They do whatever they want, whenever and wherever they want, and you're not supposed to complain. Again, if you're a certain type of person. Can we just acknowledge here, like, what's going on? Can we just acknowledge what's going on here? Just like this. Steve Bannon actually going to jail? Steve Bannon actually going to jail July 1st. This is exactly the kind of thing that sophisticated liberal urbanite culture is deeply antithetical to, admitting that there's something about city life that's scary or unpleasant. But what? Are you kidding me? Have you ever seen Bill Maher? My guy. The sophisticated liberal elite love to shit on the cities they live in. And on the poor, specifically on the poor and working class people who live in their cities. Like, absolutely. What are you talking about, man? You're in fact doing it in this article right now. Yeah, like what is he talking about? The richest people in the city love shitting on the poorest. Charlie, thank you for gifting a membership over in YouTube chat. YouTube chat making everybody else look bad today. My God. But I'm not at all afraid to say that I found these vehicles made navigating the city often unpleasant and frequently scary. These bikes swerve onto the sidewalks whenever they'd like, without warning. On several occasions, I had a moment of absolute terror because it looked like they were going to hit my dog. And if they had, I would have gone to jail. Why? Why would you have gone to jail for them running their bike into your dog? Plenty of times I came face to face with one barreling down at me on the sidewalk and only avoided them by inches. Crashes are common. A teenager was just killed after the scooter she was riding on got into a crash with an SUV. Last year, a 6-year-old was struck by a scooter driving illegally in Harlem, causing near-fatal injuries, including multiple skull fractures. That's true. Those are problems. But, the article that you're writing about wasn't about that. It was about, in case you forgot, it's a crackdown on mopeds, and they're mostly cracking down on people doing deliveries. It turns out they're not mostly cracking down on people driving recklessly on the sidewalk and almost hitting pedestrians. That's not the majority of people being affected by this policy. So I feel like you're shadowboxing against a completely different article. Let's see. But NYC transplant culture dictates brushing off each and every threat to basic order as a tedious concern of the squares, inspiring the lol crime school of politics that such people endorse when on their web browsers. I'm willing to guess that they embody a different philosophy when waiting at a low-traffic subway station late at night. Are you okay, bud? Like what hurt you? This is literally like the furious conservative, like, I don't know, fantasizing about like leftists being like assaulted by thugs with baseball bats. You know, like what, like, oh yeah, I bet when criminals break into your home and start beating you in front of your wife, that you'll really wish the cops were there. Like, what the hell? What? Do you need a friend, bud? Yes, a Luna Rose. That is that's a better example. It's the exact same mentality of like people who respond to me as like a queer trans woman being pro-Palestinian, and they are like, oh well, you know, in Gaza they'd throw you off a roof, right? Like it's the same mentality. During the 2020 moment, American left-of-center opinion briefly coalesced around defunding the police as an ideal for criminal justice politics. As I said then, and will say again, there are well-articulated and effectively defended versions of police and prison abolitionism. I didn't and don't find them remotely convincing as a matter of real-world policy, and I think defund becoming the most prominently endorsed policy response to George Floyd's murder was a profound strategic mistake. But it was an idea, a specific and material idea, albeit a bad one. Again, just want to point out the reason defund the police became like a thing was because, generally speaking, we would be better off defunding the police and putting those funds towards like social workers and psychologists and therapists and such to intervene before crime starts, as opposed to after crime starts. Again, police are reactive. They do not prevent crime by and large. And by funding police more and more and more every year, we don't actually decrease crime. There's not really a causation between like more funding for police and less crime. That's not actually a thing that exists. So the reason people said defund the police was because, again, they noted that there's no relationship between increasing police funding and lowering crime, and instead noted that the real things that would actually lower crime would be, inoculative policy in regards to like social workers or, work programs, etc. But over time, the difficulty inherent to actually dismantling the criminal justice system meant that there was nowhere, really, for the movement to go. Well, that and no one defunded the police. There were like 2 police districts in the entire country that like slashed their budgets by like any degree. But antipathy towards the police remained and powered many lefty debates, understandably, given how much there is to criticize in American policing. You say that, but you seem really mad about people who have criticisms. Like, you're writing this entire article because this article criticizes the different systemic failures that lead to a disproportionate punishment towards delivery drivers. Like, you're literally upset by people pointing out problems. No particular vision of responsible and achievable criminal justice reform coalesced, though, because that's hard and everybody mostly wanted to move on. As I said recently, in an incredibly short time frame, most people in media went from cosplaying as Black Panthers on Twitter to a stance of, look, this is all very embarrassing. I'm tired. Can we not talk about this? Well, yeah, that's because people are weak and don't have frankly, the endurance that I do. And I'm happy to continue to defend those points that I made during the 2020 George Floyd time period. And I'll do that all day, every day. So we're left in this space where there's a reflexive anti-authority instinct, endless amounts of lol crime, lol lol lol, and no actual tangible adult position on how to deal with law and order issues in a free society, all coming from people who self-identify as left of center, which means they should be inherently aligned with the concept of good government. While I understand that this is all small potatoes in that context, it's worth saying that it's entirely unclear what Healy actually wants to do here. Like a lot of tongue-clucking liberals, he's sure that what the authorities are doing is bad, but seems unclear what the alternative approach might look like. Don't destroy impounded vehicles that are seized thanks to illegal activity. I mean, sure, but since the explicit frame used here is to remind us of all of the social and economic challenges of the drivers, I feel compelled to ask how administrative changes can do anything to address those core underlying structural issues. And it just seems to be like the most obvious thing in the world to me that the key thing of administrative changes would be longer hours to give people more time to get their bikes, and also more funding to put you have Eric Adams already giving tons more funding to the police department. Send more of the NYPD down there to actually make sure they can find the shit they took from you. That seems to be a real obvious no-brainer right there. It seems like if Eric Adams can pump a bunch of money into the police, some of that money should go towards running these impound lots. Like, and you know how I came up with that solution, guys? You know how I came up with that idea I just spitballed out of my ass? I read the article and understood the systemic criticism that the article was making. Again, something that should be incredibly, painfully obvious to someone with such a mastery over the English language. Again, Du Bois, you have a PhD in English. You should be able to pick this up. This was indeed also an important criticism of defunding the police. Whatever it might have done, defunding the police would not have changed the underlying distribution of money and power. Defunding the police would have explicitly changed the distribution of money. Because the money wouldn't be going to the police, it would be going to social services, which would not be run by the police. So that would distribute it different. I feel really tired. This might be the longest segment I've ever done on this show. Many people I know, I'm sure, would simply say things that the cops shouldn't hassle delivery drivers at all. No. If they're breaking the law, it's fine to pull them over if they're speeding, if they're going through red lights, if they're going up on the sidewalks. Like, you can arrest them. You can impound their vehicles. But the article wasn't saying that police shouldn't do that. What the article was pointing out was some of the systemic failures. Again, around like the dealerships, around the rideshare apps. The reason so many of these mopeds tend to be driving erratically is driven by the economic incentives and the way that these apps are structured. The article's pretty clear about that, actually. Oh my goodness. But A, the status quo is genuinely dangerous and unpleasant. B, it's dangerous for delivery drivers more than for anyone else. C, left-leaning people have a profound interest in creating a society that feels safe, well-run, and equitable. And D, ignoring the problem only ensures more backlash in the future. Good thing no one was suggesting that the laws shouldn't be enforced. Again, having read the article, here are a few things that could be done, okay? You could pass city ordinance, for example, that requires the dealerships that sell these vehicles to make sure the people buying them either already have the correct licensing and paperwork or are informed where and how to get the correct licensing and paperwork for the vehicle that they are purchasing. Because from the article, many of them don't even know what they need or if they need anything. So, having that be incumbent upon the people selling these devices would be a step in the right direction. Additionally, when we're talking about like the rideshare apps themselves, the city has already passed policy that affects the rideshare apps, raising minimum wage for rideshare workers. You can pass other ordinances that dictate how those apps need to function within city limits. You can do that. You can actually stop them offering these programs that are incentivizing dangerous, risk-taking behavior by people on these mopeds. Because the reason that they're doing those behaviors is to meet the demands of the rideshare apps. It is economically incentivized for them to break the law in these ways. So, address the underlying problem. Again, just spitballing some ideas out my ass, because again, I read the article you're responding to, and it turns out it's pretty clear where the failures are. Sooner or later, a sufficiently photogenic kid with some sufficiently connected parents is going to be killed by one of these things, and then the cops are going to get really tough. What? And what? The cops are going to get really tough and beat the delivery drivers? Kill them? They're already taking their vehicle and potentially destroying it. What, they're going to throw the delivery drivers in Rikers because they already do that. You want to do anything about you want to do anything about this problem? Well, it sounds like you don't want to do anything about this problem, actually. And you know what? That's going to mean that one day these cops are going to beat you even harder. Like, this guy got a PhD. My God, the standards have dropped. The question of e-bike and scooter anarchy. Scooter anarchy. Yes. It's top of my list for concerns. And the type of low information, affluent liberal who enables it is of a piece with so much else in contemporary liberal attitudes towards issues of basic public order. I've been fighting about the severely mentally ill and the need for involuntary treatment for a long time, and it's the exact same man, I hope you're at least a little bit aware of the fact that, like, you have bipolar disorder and have talked about needing to be institutionalized in the past, and I hope you understand that advocating for that type of policy could really backfire for you, Freddie. And it's the exact same thing. People are certain that they're opposed to the criminalization of the mentally ill. They won't countenance involuntary commitment, but they have no sense of what they want to do instead. Typically, they refer to vague programs, presumptively voluntary, which in effect amounts to an endorsement of the status quo, which in turn amounts to severely sick people rotting under bridges and in parks and on subway trains. But nope, we can't force anyone to do anything, whether that's to not smoke weed on a crowded subway platform, or to use earbuds instead of blaring a loud Bluetooth speaker in a public place, or to get medication and therapy when severely psychotic, or to not act with total disregard for all rules when riding a scooter that's capable of killing someone. You know, I think some of these things might be a little bit different from the others. Just throwing that out there. Throwing that out there a little bit. You know, just applying my basic critical thinking here. Trying to enforce any rules about anything is carceral or something. That libertarianism and liberalism / progressivism / socialism are entirely different ideologies has become an inconvenient truth and thus an ignored one. As a socialist, I can assure you people are well aware of the differences. Where did this guy come from? Amazing stuff. Truly terrific. I'm really glad this guy landed on my radar. Ultimately, there's an implicit assumption that underlies widespread liberal assumptions that poor brown people shouldn't be held to standards like have a license for the vehicle you drive, or don't drive your e-bike at 30 miles per hour down a crowded sidewalk, or keep your eyes on your immediate surroundings and not on your phone. That assumption is that those poor brown people are incapable of better behavior. Again, you're not arguing with anything that anybody said in the article that you are responding to. This entire thing that he is writing here is against a liberal who lives in his head that is arguing with him about how you cannot enforce laws. This is actually insane. I cannot believe that this is real. And it is, of course, both racist and classist. By the way, I would agree. I would agree that if you are a liberal and you happen to watch my show, just hypothetically, and you believe that poor black and brown people are incapable of like following the law, yeah, that's an inherently racist and classist idea. Yes. Good thing nobody is making that argument. Yeah, the scooter anarchy legends. Yet the current liberal addiction to vague permissiveness amounts to this exact belief that asking the marginalized to conform to basic rules of social conduct is to ask them too much. We have a responsibility to understand the vast number of ways in which rules are unjustly developed and unequally applied. And we need to confront these various inequities in a way that makes the world more equal and more just. Yes, agreed. But maybe in the same way that you are talking about how rules are formulated, you should argue about what people are actually arguing, instead of hypothetical rules and hypothetical arguments that don't exist in this current conversation that you're having here. But we can't achieve justice and equality by deciding to just stop enforcing rules, especially because, as with the delivery drivers, very often the people who suffer the most from lax enforcement of laws are the most marginalized themselves. Ask a generation of young black men who will never become what they might have been because they were murdered in Chicago, in the shadow of the neglect of a society that has stopped expecting better for them. This is not a question of radicalism versus reformism. The Bolsheviks did not defund the police.
You know, if we're cracking down on dangers to the public, cops do some dangerous stuff, like police chases, that kill innocent people all the time. Thoughtful face.
True, Charlie. True. Cops do dangerous things like car chases. The Bolsheviks did not defund the police. A hell of a statement to make. What an absolute banger. This is 10 out of 10, Freddy. Incredible stuff. It's a question of whether short-term anarchism can somehow lead to long-term justice. What if I wrote an entire article about things that nobody's arguing in an article that I pretend to respond to? I'm profoundly skeptical. Nor are the optics great here, guys. Are you telling me that a poor brown immigrant from Ecuador might find the bureaucratic lift of getting a driver's license too difficult a bar to clear, and you want to reform the process? Great. Are you telling me that a poor brown immigrant from Ecuador can't be expected to meet the standard of not driving their scooter at top speed the wrong way down a one-way street that's thick with pedestrians? I'm sorry, but I don't see any non-racist way to believe that. That's so interesting because literally no one argued that. At no point in this article by Mark Healy did he ever propose the scenario of a poor brown immigrant from Ecuador driving their scooter at top speed the wrong way down a one-way street that's thick with pedestrians. That is actually not anything that anyone mentioned except you, my guy. Yes, it's true. There's a long history of respectability politics and petty authoritarianism that are fundamentally conservative. There's a line of pull-up-your-pants approaches to radical politics that rely on victim blaming. There's social rules and laws that amount to a system of illegitimate surveillance and control over the lower economic classes. Bill Cosby, who identified the undeniably real phenomenon of the soft bigotry of low expectations, is indeed predatory and wrong-headed. But none of that means that to be a progressive, you must be reflexively and thoughtlessly dismissive of low-level crimes and rejection of basic social rules. Why are you referencing Bill Cosby? You can just say bigotry of low expectations. You can do that. Why? I mean, it's a choice, man. Citing Bill Cosby is a choice. Indeed, if you care about those on the bottom of society's totem pole, you should be concerned with minor crimes and social discord, as it's the poorest and least powerful who suffer the most from such things. Most people care a lot about crime. That's just true. If you want to reform systems like New York City's scooter impounding rules, great. You have to have a specific plan. You have to know what you want to decriminalize or loosen, what punishments you want to soften or do away with altogether. You have to know what you actually think should be illegal. This isn't Libertopia. Go live with the Seasteaders and Alex Jones if you want total personal freedom. Okay, but like, I'm just going to point this out here real quick. All right? If you want to reform systems like New York City's scooter impounding rules, great. You don't seem like you want to do that, though, Freddie. Because this entire article is pointing out the systemic failures of that impound system. So, like, in order for us to have a plan and to know what we want to decriminalize or loosen, or what punishments we want to soften or do away with, or like know what should be illegal, we need to be informed about the situation, which is what Mark Healy's article was doing. By knowing the situation, we can come up with specific plans. For example, he specifically mentions that one of the hardest things for people to deal with is how short the impound office is open. They're short hours. So maybe we should propose longer hours for the impound office. Maybe we should also have a longer amount of time before the scooters get destroyed. Maybe we should, because that is something that is also talked about, how half of them never get to be reclaimed. Maybe we should also, and I'm just spitballing here, put a couple of those cops that Mayor Adams has invested heavily in and make sure that they can help find the scooters in time. You know, and I'm just spitballing some ideas because I was informed by this article about the situations around this problem. And those are just a couple of the ways we could maybe alleviate some of the ways in which this system is awful. We could also revisit some of the ideas about like how people are punished with the fines. Because again, people are already losing money based on this thing being impounded. And the fact that it can sometimes take like 10 days for them just to find your vehicle, that's kind of unacceptable. Why are you finding people on top of that? Like, you're already preventing them from working. So, I don't know. There are just a few ideas that one could naturally arrive at from reading the information provided about the problem here. Which you would know if you weren't so busy jerking yourself off and making an argument against someone who doesn't exist outside of your head. The lefty Bill de Blasio administration wanted to solve the e-bike and scooter problem, but there was big-time pushback from de Blasio's own coalition, and nothing of substance was done. Now a law and order mayor is in office, and because nothing got done before, the issue is just sitting there waiting for him. So now we're getting the more authoritarian version of a crackdown instead of a potentially more enlightened version. Tale as old as time. Well, it's also worth noting that it doesn't seem like it's actually solving the problem. That's something to note. Because again, the people who are being arrested and having their vehicles impounded aren't necessarily mostly the people causing the problems. The most of the people who are having their vehicles impounded, and you would know this if you actually read or cared to analyze the article, are the food delivery drivers. And they're being impounded for not having correct paperwork, or their paperwork not being believed, or, you know, a number of other problems. The NYPD is not arresting or impounding the vehicles of people who are, you know, driving one way. Those tend to be the minority of the people who are actually being impacted by this. And it also seems like, because the number has remained steady for the last several months of the year, it doesn't seem like this problem is going away so much as you're just like profiting off of it. Like that, the problem isn't being solved by the authoritarian crackdown is kind of what I'm pointing out here. which you would know if you read the article. So, it seems like the authoritarian approach is also not really getting anything done outside of immiserating folks. Just throwing some ideas out there. Maybe it'll help. I don't know. Anyway, we have now finished enough to understand where this guy is coming from. This guy who thinks that the hereditarian left is a group that he is a part of, or that is identified as a part of this group. The people who want to shape social policy around the heritability of intelligence. And why would you need a special permit or license to deliver food in your car? Oh, Melanie D44. It's because they're not delivering it. It's not that they need a license to deliver food in their car. It's that a lot of these people are from like an economic class where they cannot buy a car. So instead they buy mopeds. And for certain classes of mopeds, you need to have license and registration. So, and because the apps, for the delivery apps, have been incentivizing faster and longer deliveries, the people who are buying the mopeds are buying faster mopeds that require like higher levels of documentation. And so, and then are driving more recklessly because they aren't necessarily made aware when they buy their vehicle that they need such and such registration and such license. They're just going and delivering stuff. Still sounds like racism to me. I mean, it is definitely a racially colored thing. Like it's the people being affected by it are disproportionately black and brown people. Yeah, no problem, Melanie D. So that brings us all the way back to our original starting point.
Recently, left-wing writer Freddie DeBoer pushed back on a piece that was written by Mark Healy over at New York's Curbed. The piece is titled, "How the Mayor's Crackdown on Illegal Mopeds Has Beaten Down Food Delivery Workers. They're mostly cracking down on people doing deliveries." In it, Healy seeks to provide cover for those engaging in illegal actions due to their marginalized status. DeBoer is not fond of that kind of thinking. In fact, if you follow his work, this is a common theme that
again,
in it, Healy seeks to provide cover for those engaging in illegal actions due to their marginalized status.
Again, having read the article, that is not what it does. It's pointing out the systematic reasons why many of these people do what they do, and how the system works, and the inefficiencies and intricacies of this system and its failures.
DeBoer is not fond of that kind of thinking. In fact, if you follow his work, this is a common theme that I actually appreciate, and you'll see why in just a moment. So he wrote his response on his Substack, which is one of my favorite Substacks. I am a paid subscriber, and I want to disclose that to the audience. I think it's important for you to know that. DeBoer's response is titled, "The Marginalized Should Just Be Allowed to Break the Rules is Bigoted and Unworkable." And we will include a link to that piece.
I do have to wonder if she just did not read the Curbed article. I am genuinely curious. Again, because this video only links to Freddie's article. I mean, as far as I can tell, unless I missed one down here, but I don't think I did. Yeah, it's only to Freddie's article. That's so interesting.
In the description box if you'd like to check it out. DeBoer highlights the severe consequences of just allowing people to use illegal mopeds in densely populated parts of the country with impunity, like New York. Now, a teenager was just killed after the scooter she was riding on got into a crash with an SUV. Last year, a 6-year-old was struck by a scooter driving illegally in Harlem, causing near-fatal injuries, including multiple skull fractures. But NYC...
Can I just say one thing that bothered me? Of the many things here. Let's see here. Okay. This is petty. We'll move past it.
Transplant culture dictates brushing off each and every threat to basic order as a tedious concern of the squares, inspiring the LOL crime school of politics that such people endorse when on their web browsers. I'm willing to guess that they embody a different philosophy when waiting at a low traffic subway station late at night. 100%. Now,
man, it's really, really disappointing to see the same kind of rhetoric of like, well, did you know that you're gay? Did you know that in Gaza they'd throw you off the rooftops? I bet you'd embody a different belief about them if you were in Gaza on the rooftop. Like, it's so disappointing to see her go down this path.
DeBoer does not mince words either, writing, "Are you telling me that a poor brown immigrant from Ecuador can't be expected to meet the standard of not driving their scooter at top speed the wrong way down a one-way street that's thick with pedestrians? I'm sorry, but I don't see any non-racist way to believe that."
Again, it's all shadow boxing. All of this is shadow boxing against a straw man. That, like, I will say this. You can find people on Twitter who might make those arguments. You can certainly find people who are essentially like the online equivalent of like tinfoil hat crazies, ranting about how, you know, no one should be like arrested. No police. You know, you can find people like that, and some of them even have coherent, like fully fleshed out plans for how to like achieve prison abolition, achieve a non-carceral state, achieve like a world in which these like we don't need police. But we're a long way away from that. And in the meantime, I don't think that there are really any kind of like credible people out there making the case that, yeah, people who are like currently like driving down the sidewalk at 30 miles an hour on a motorized vehicle like should just be allowed to continue doing that. There's no one doing that. Yet no one is saying, oh yeah, you should totally be allowed to drive a car into like a crowd of pedestrians. No, you should totally be able to drive a moped through a crowd of pedestrians who are while going the wrong way down a one-way street. Nobody is saying that. Freddie DeBoer's made that person up. Anna, just sight unseen, believes that those people exist en masse as like a coherent part of the online left. And that is insane. Insane.
Finally, what I appreciate about DeBoer's work, including this very piece, is that even as someone firmly on the left, he's not afraid to critique the strategies of criminal justice reformers. Most of the people who had recently advocated for defunding the police stopped doing so, but antipathy towards the police remained and powered many lefty debates, understandably, given how much there is to criticize in American policing. No particular vision of responsible and achievable criminal justice reform coalesced, though, because that's hard and everybody mostly wanted to move on. As I said recently, in an incredibly short time frame, most people in media went from cosplaying as Black Panthers on Twitter to a stance of, look, this is all very embarrassing. I'm tired. Can we not talk about this? And this has been a pretty big disaster in many large liberal cities, including my own place of residence, Los Angeles. We're left in this space where there's a reflexive anti-authority instinct, endless amounts.
Can we just real quick?
Talk about this. And this has been a pretty big disaster in many large liberal cities, including my own place of residence, Los Angeles.
In what way? Did Los Angeles defund the police and now there's just crime everywhere? Is that what happened? Because I have a fairly decent grasp on crime stats and police funding stats from across America, and that does not appear to be the case, actually.
We're left in this space where there's a reflexive anti-authority instinct, endless amounts of LOL crime, LOL, 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 and no actual tangible adult position on how to deal with law and order issues in a free society, all coming from people who self-identify as left of center, which means they should be inherently aligned with the concept of good government. Joining us now to talk about this piece and more is the man himself, Freddie DeBoer.
I do not understand how you could possibly want to have him on the show if you read the article he's responding to. Like, I don't. I'm genuinely shocked by this. Like, I just want to remind all of you that this entire we've been talking now for like 3 hours. And all of this was like put into motion because I saw this video where I was like, oh, a genuine criticism of the left from a Marxist writer. I'm actually really interested. And then I clicked on it and I heard the first minute of it. And I was like, wait, what's going on here? Because that seems like a really incendiary title for him to be responding to an article on Curbed. I guess I should check out that article on Curbed. And I did. And it seemed to be a very reasonable and like pretty decent overview of a lot of systemic failures in New York City. And then I read his piece and I was like, wait a minute. Who is this? And then I read that he was lumped in with these hereditarian leftist groups and went down the rabbit hole on that New Yorker piece with you guys. And now, like, it is so much weirder knowing all of that context to see this interview happen.
Freddie, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
I, again, just want to tell you that I appreciate your work, and you're one of the individuals who basically forced me to think about these types of issues a lot more critically. I'm going to raise my hand and say that I was part of the media that was super gung-ho with the defund the police crowd, because you look at the disparity in policing, you look at the way that people of color are treated in this country, and yeah, it disgusts you and you want to support any effort to change that. But as you point out, there are some issues that could actually lead the pendulum to swing back to a tough on crime direction. And in fact, we are seeing that in some liberal cities that had loosened up some laws. And
like what? Be more specific. Like, BLM as a protest movement failed to achieve the defund the police goals. So what I don't understand, right, is like working at a news network, that covers these issues. And going on to say like, yeah, they didn't defund the police. They actually increased the funding for police, or the funding remained the same for police, but they changed some minor laws. Which ones? You know, maybe I'm being unfair. Maybe she'll say it.
In states like Oregon.
Pausing here to deliver some honest truth as we
I don't know what I expected.
do in our, you know who business.
Why did you decide to focus on the moped issue for your argument in this piece? Because I think a lot of people would look at that and be like, it's not a big deal.
Because he was responding to this article?
Well, I think that first of all, it's just it's a big deal in the sense that these are many thousands of interactions that are happening all over the city every time someone on an e-bike or a moped or a scooter is on the sidewalk and very nearly comes close to hitting someone. And that's a real quality of life issue that affects a lot of people all the time. I also think that with this particular sort of framing of it in the New York Magazine piece, you really have a sort of classic example of what contemporary liberalism just kind of can't wrap its hands around, which is you have a genuinely unsafe set of behaviors that are being committed by people who genuinely are marginal, who are linguistically marginal, economically, and they're.
You know, can I just stop right here, because I'm actually like kind of upset at how disingenuous the framing is here. Having read the original article, here is a paragraph. Rodriguez and his moped were caught up in the city's aggressive 2-year-old crackdown on illegal motorized bikes. The enforcement mandate didn't come out of nowhere. New York's pandemic-era streets have often felt a little Mad Max. The streets and sidewalks were suddenly swarming with an array of new self-propelled vehicles, from boosted boards and electric scooters to limes and revels to motorbikes, both gas-powered and electric, weaving through traffic and sometimes used to commit crimes. When you're on an unregistered scooter that goes 50 miles per hour, a sidewalk smash and grab becomes easier to get away with. Worse yet, there were even used in drive-by shootings, like the one in the Bronx in April of this year, in which 4 people were shot, 1 fatally, by scooter-riding gunmen. Not to mention those roving bands of ATVs and groups of kids doing wheelies on motorbikes. It's not like the article neglected to talk about those issues. Like, again, he's trying to claim that this article is just like, oh, nothing was wrong. Nothing at all was wrong. Just let them commit crimes. And that's not what the article says. It's not even the framing of the article. Did this guy get scared by someone on a scooter and he got radicalized? Honestly, maybe.
Many of them are undocumented immigrants. And the fundamental point that I have to make is the answer cannot be that we're just going to let people do whatever they want if we think that they're marginalized. Of course, these delivery guys are highly sympathetic. And I think a lot of the blame.
This guy has Ben Garrison brain. This guy has Ben Garrison brain. Like, he is the kind of brain of a man who would be like, yeah, it is a clever idea to make a comic about like a black person robbing a bank and then saying, whoa, police, you can't stop me. That would be racism. Yeah, that sounds like a really good idea for a comic. I'm Ben Garrison. And like, it genuinely seems like that. Like, he's trying to argue that there's an actual ideological current in America where people think that, oh yeah, if you're breaking the law, it's totally fine. as long as you're a minority in some way. And like, that's not the argument. I will say that there is a certain argument for, like, if you see someone shoplifting, no, you didn't. But that's largely because people who are shoplifting, like, food and shit, they're doing that because they need to live. They're not doing it to have a quick turnaround at their nearby sandwich stand, okay?
Lies on the feet of the delivery companies that don't pay them by the hour, but pay them by the delivery, which necessitates them driving like madmen all over the city. But fundamentally, just the idea that, okay, these people cannot be expected to follow basic rules and laws that keep the rest of us safe depends on the notion that they're incapable of doing so, which, as I say in the piece, is a deeply racist notion.
And that's true.
I was inspired to make this tonight. I hope you like it.
It says this content is no longer available, but thank you for the $5 dono.
You know, it reminds me of what happened in the Culver City School District in, LA, where they decided, okay, look, there's a lack of...
Wait, but what reminds you? What reminds you? Because no one in the Curbed article argues that you shouldn't be able to do anything if you see, like, a black person commit crimes. That's nowhere in that article. So, like, what reminds you of that?
Latino students in our advanced placement classes or honors classes. And because of that, we're just gonna scrap the honors classes altogether, which to me is an incredibly racist way of handling it, because it's just this assumption that, the students can't rise to the occasion. How about approach it from a mindset of what can we do to lift these students up, right? And so when it comes to, that type of thinking in the, law and order sense, it's the same feel. Like we're expected marginalized people to behave a certain way. And I just have higher expectations for people. And I think that we can reform our criminal justice system in a way that's actually beneficial for everyone. It includes the individuals who could be reformed, it could or rehabilitated. It includes justice for the victims. But I'm curious, have you seen any examples of efforts to reform policing that's been effective, or maybe reforms to the prison system?
Well, I think that we have the framework for that, which is the George Floyd Justice and Policing Bill. It was a big omnibus police reform bill. The fact that it was happening at the federal level kind of limited what it could do given how local policing is, but it contained lots of great provisions related to body cameras and to banning chokeholds and to just many, many different things. Small bore, but if you add them all together, they become a big deal, these reforms. Unfortunately, the George Floyd Justice and Policing bill got middled because the Republicans are always going to hate it because they're going to be pro-cop no matter what. And at the time, a lot of the activist class sort of dismissed it as a watered down compromise. This was at the time when everyone was talking about a reckoning and how small measures weren't going to work. And so it didn't have the left-wing champions that it needed, and it died twice in Congress. But that's what it's going to take. Unfortunately, there's no one magic policy change that we can enact to fix American policing. It's going to take a lot of small changes over time in many places, which means that we have to be, number one, committed to actually looking at what the data and the evidence tells us. We have to be committed to not thinking that we're going to solve all of these problems immediately. But at the moment that all of that stuff was happening, when, Nancy Pelosi is wearing kente cloth and kneeling in the halls of Congress, that nobody wanted to hear about reform.
Yeah.
Literally, that's all anyone wanted to hear about. Again, like this revisioning of like the historical record when it comes to like BLM protests. People were literally screaming in the streets for reform. The defund the police movement was about reforming the police. It was about reforming the police, expanding government services. Like, that's what it was about.
I mean, you make a great point there, because I think a lot of those reforms were good ideas, but I feel like the criminal justice reform movement was to some extent kind of co-opted with like this anarchist flavor, and by individuals who suddenly were promoting, maximalist solutions in their minds, like prison abolition. And so am I kind of exaggerating that, or?
Yeah, some people were advocating for prison abolition. Some people were advocating for abolishing police and establishing a new kind of like justice system. Like, yeah, people were advocating for all kinds of things, but the mainstream position that people had when they were protesting was reforming police. By part of the defunding of the police involved reforming how the police operate and then giving money to fund like social services, to fund a lot of other like programs that would go to support local communities. That was what the entire thing was about. Real Radhom, thank you so much for the raid. We're in the middle of infuriating content, so apologies in advance. But thank you. Welcome, Raiders.
Did you notice that as well?
Well, I think there's two things to say immediately. The first is that like, don't underestimate the fact that like defund the police was something, right? In other words, people were casting around for something, for anything. And again,
look, I'm real sorry. I'm really sorry that reforming the system of policing in America is a complicated subject. One that, like, when you were asked about it, Freddie, you went on like a 5 to 6 minute long answer just now. And I'm sorry that like the protesters in the street who were angry about the fact that the police had the power invested in them by the state to summarily execute people that they viewed as criminals. I'm sorry that they didn't come up and brainstorm collectively a more succinct and concise phrase to chant, and instead one of the common phrases just turned out to be defund the police. Like, I'm so sorry that they weren't able to condense it into like a 2 to 3 word phrase for you.
Criminal justice reform isn't like reforming the American medical system, where you can say Medicare for all will utterly change the system and they're going to fix a ton of problems. Criminal justice reform, there just isn't that one thing. And so, sort of police abolition or prison abolition stuff goes back a very long way. And so there was this pre-existing sort of set of attitudes about it that people could grab onto. I think a lot of people grabbed onto it because they didn't know what else to do. But I do want to say, like you mentioned anarchism, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is one of the things that really drives me crazy, which is that if you talk to most of the sort of young lefties who have been minted, let's say since 2016, right? If you talk to people who became socialists or came out as socialists or developed socialist identity, that's what they'll say. They'll say that they tend to identify as socialists. But there's no engagement with the fact that socialism and anarchism are two different things. Like there's this constant tendency to say, well, okay, reform of policing is a sort of liberal or not as far left sort of idea, whereas just getting rid of it all, that's the left idea. But that's not the left idea, all right? You can go back through hundreds of years of left theory of what the proper role of the police are in the state. Many very far left societies have all.
What is he waffling about? Like, plenty of online leftists have a pretty coherent political ideology as far as it like, you know, affects the policing and whatnot. I am positive, and I know because I came up. I started developing like my socialist ideas like early on, and they gestated for a very long time. Until maybe like 2014-ish, 2013, 2012 even. And I don't think that there is this widespread problem of young leftists confusing socialism and anarchism. They are very different concepts. And most people know that. And I'm pretty sure most people are aware that, like, policing and its role in society is also very complicated. Again, this feels like a lot of shadow boxing. Just once again, just more shadow boxing against these nebulous groups of people.
Also been quite authoritarian when it comes to law and order. And it just speaks to the sense in which, you know, we recruited a lot of soldiers in the last 8 or so years, and I'm happy for that. But many of them just don't have the backing in the theory that underlies these positions, and so you get.
I mean, I'll agree with that part. A lot of people haven't read a ton of theory, but I don't think you necessarily need to read a ton of theory in order to come to like some pretty straightforward, concrete conclusions.
Get these sort of this constant slippages like anarchism and socialism are the same thing, when in fact that's been the biggest division within the far left for hundreds of years.
Yeah, and you know,
What? I would have said that the biggest division in like the left is between like evolutionary and revolutionary socialism / communism, but like I actually I tend to think that anarchists tend to get along better with like socialists than like socialists tend to get along with each other. But that's just my 2 cents.
You make a really great point in your piece about how it's important for the left to pursue policies that show how government works, how government can be helpful and beneficial to your life. I'm not talking about, you know, overreaching actions by the government, but I'm talking about funding things like, let's say, public parks or public transportation. Actually, public transportation is a good topic to just touch on right now because, you know, there is a problem in places like LA with people who typically would use public transportation no longer wanting to because there's been this permissive attitude toward drug use. And I'm talking about hard drugs, like people literally smoking methamphetamine on the train, which bothers people. You don't want to inhale that. You don't want to see that. And so when the government just allows that to happen with impunity, well, then it kind of.
Okay, but like, question. What system would you put in place to stop that? Right? Because I can think of like a couple of things one could do. Like, you could have like cameras monitoring inside the train. I don't think most people would like that, but you could do that, and then you could like direct like an officer to like get on board and have an altercation with somebody who is doing drugs on the train. Or you could just have an officer on the train. Either way, I don't think most people would really like that. Yeah, I'm just throwing this out there. Like, maybe the answer is like train conductors. You know, not so much like police officers, but like, you know, like not a conductor. Like what? on trains, like the guy who takes your ticket and like walks around and checks to make sure people have tickets. You don't have to have a guy checking for tickets, but you can have a guy who like walks up and be like, "Hey, bud, you can't do that here," you know, and get him off at the next station or something. Like, I'm just spitballing here. That seems to be like maybe the least bad option, but yeah. Not even a train guard. I don't know. It's just that that is a problem because like the police are reactive. That's kind of the point I'm getting at here, right? The police are reactive. They don't stop the crime from happening in the first place. They aren't going to be able to stop anyone from getting on the train and doing hard drugs. So I don't know, like what authoritarian solution do you want to take to like try and fix that? I don't think there are particularly good options available here. And that good options that like anyone on the train is going to be happy with, really.
Signals to the population that government's ineffective and they don't really know how to do their jobs. I think that's pretty damaging, no?
I guess if I had to think about it, I think like a train, like an MTA employee on the train, like being kind of like a train, not train guard, but like I guess maybe a train guard, you could just call it as a placeholder term. Like I might be the best, like some guy whose job it is to make sure like, hey, go do drugs someplace else, please.
Oh, totally. And I mean, like, I think like,
yeah, train monitor, I think would be a better term because like, they're not going to fight you. They're just gonna be like, hey, can you please go? Can you please go do this elsewhere?
You know, public transportation in New York is a very good example, which is just that it costs money. In order for that money to be secured, you need to have riders who are paying the fare, and you need to have tax dollars. In order to have tax dollars, you have to have people who are enthusiastic about taking the train, and to have people who are enthusiastic about taking the trains have to be safe. And it is so mind-boggling to me, the notion that talking about train safety is somehow some sort of like liberal squish position.
I mean, it's also just true that the trains are safe. Like, millions of people get on the subway in New York City every day. Millions. And of those people who use the trains, like, there are maybe 5 crimes that occur on the trains. And I think that it also might include like in the train stations. They are extraordinarily safe. The perception that they are not safe is one that is being spread by Mayor Adams' administration. We saw this in the Breakfast Club interview, by the way, between Oleyemi Olurin and Mayor Adams, and she ripped him a new asshole over that, because again, he can't have it both ways. He keeps walking around saying that the New York City subway system is the safest in the world. It's so incredibly safe, but also people are just so concerned about how dangerous it is, and that's why we need to put all of these cops there. And then when she points out to him, oh, well, the reason people think it's unsafe is because you are telling them it's unsafe. And he's like, well, but it's the safest in the world because we have the people down there. But you already said it's because of the perception that you've cultivated. So, like, I don't know. This just seems to me like you're just playing into the Mayor Adams propaganda here. It's not based on the actual numbers, the actual data.
Everyone should have the right to travel in clean, effective, safe public transportation. I was horrified by the killing of Jordan Neely, and I've written a bunch about it. I have been incredibly frustrated by the way that his death has been discussed in much of these discussions, because the presumption from so many people writing in the media is that the two choices were either Jordan Neely got choked to death on the floor of a train, or he should just be free to wander around psychotic, emaciated, smoking synthetic marijuana, committing random acts of violence. Those are not the choices, right? But
Obviously, there are more choices than that. No, I'm gonna go out on a limb here and guess that none of the people saying that Jordan Neely should still be free and alive are saying that he should have just wandered around aimlessly, in a psychotic state, smoking drugs. I think their arguments would have been he should have been alive, and there should have been like social services to help him through the period of his life that he was in. And frankly, like, if his choices were to do stuff like that, it still shouldn't have been a death sentence. It should not be a death sentence to have be having like a psychotic break and like smoking drugs. Those should not be things that people can just summarily execute you for. Again, creating these two things is like the only actionable dichotomy. I think he's the only one doing that here. Freddie's the only one doing that.
But the only way to be able to save someone like Jordan Neely, and a lot of
Freddie has a really hard time working full time at the straw man factory. Okay,
of other people, is if you have a government that is willing to use force in order to help them. And again, I don't know where the notion that to be on the left means that you think the government should never use force in any capacity. I don't know where that came from. And
again, that's not what people on the left argue. So you're, again, another straw man rolls off on the factory floor, ready to be used.
You can contrast it with all kinds of regulation, right? We stand for good government. We stand for regulatory systems that ensure that things happen in a way that is beneficial to society. And regulation always comes at the barrel of a gun.
Yes, what happened to Jordan Neely was
Can I just say, like, his rhetoric is incredibly disturbing for someone who describes themselves as a Marxist.
disgrace and a complete failure by local government. And, you know, the argument that you'll typically hear from lefties is, well, it's because...
Oh, Ashen Phoenix, feel free to share your very strong expert opinions about the issue. I'd be interested, especially seeing as you're a youth worker in red light districts. Does he have a permit for that straw man factory? Yeah, we might have to impound the factory.
Government failed to get him the mental health care he needed, but that's not actually correct, because due to other crimes he had committed previously, which could be tied to his mental health condition, he was given the option to either go to prison or go to inpatient mental health care. So he obviously chose the latter. That's a way better option. But unfortunately, he was just able to walk out. And that's not mandatory inpatient mental health treatment. That's the opposite of that. And so, you know, you yourself have openly spoken about and written about your own mental health, condition, and how that experience has led you to your opinion.
Yeah, I'm gonna go out on a limb here. If the inpatient mental health care assigned to you by the state as an alternative for jail, is something that you want to walk away from because it's not helping you, we need better mental health care. We need better facilities. Like, I don't know. It kind of seems like if you just want to jail him, but in a different way, like it's also not helpful. Like, what if we jailed him, but you know we got the jail an exciting new skin from the Fortnite pack.
That there should be forced inpatient treatment for people. Can you elaborate on that a little more?
Yeah, sure. So, forced treatment, right? Involuntary treatment saved my life. I would not be here without it. Just literally would not be here. When I have been psychotic, I have been forced into treatment in a way that has saved my life and potentially the lives of others. I wrote a piece for the Daily Beast about Jordan Neely, and I said, involuntary commitment could have saved Jordan Neely's life. And after it came out, I stuck it into the search bar on Twitter to see what people were saying.
Oof.
And person after person after person said, well, actually, maybe that guy could just not kill him. To which the answer is, okay, maybe if he didn't kill him, Jordan Neely would still be rotting to death on that train, right?
Oh, so I guess that guy did him a favor by killing him, huh? Well, yeah, he would have just been rotting to death anyway, I guess. It was really a potato situation, just a tomato, choking him out, murdering him, or him being able to live. Same thing, I guess. I cannot believe this man is being platformed in this way. Ugh. Also, can I just say, like, just real quick, right? It's not like there aren't alternatives to involuntary commitment. You know? There are a lot of systems, and it is hard to deal with mental health care in a crisis scenario. I think, for example, that it's probably good that we have things like 72-hour holds or 48-hour holds, That's probably a good thing when people are in a suicidal, psychotic state. But after that, we need to make sure that our solutions are community based, that there are these mechanisms in our community that integrate those with mental health issues back into the community. The issue around involuntary commitment is one that is difficult, right? Because in certain circumstances, it can save lives. That is absolutely true. The issue is setting up the parameters under which involuntary commitment operates, the duration and condition of involuntary commitment, etc. But saying like, yes, we need to be able to involuntary commit the homeless mentally ill. That's you're leaving the realm of like the discussion of enacting it as policy. Like in favor of a pretty ghoulish authoritarian solution. And I want to bring this up. This is a study from 2022. Okay? Taking an evidence-based approach to involuntary psychiatric hospitalization. This is from Psychiatry Online. Field of psychiatry has placed a growing emphasis on research-based diagnostic and treatment processes related to mental illness. Involuntary hospitalization is a controversial and potentially life-saving intervention in psychiatric care. Yet, to what degree is this practice evidence-based? This open forum examines the ethical and logistical limitations to traditional research, such as randomized controlled trials and observational studies surrounding involuntary psychiatric hospitalization. Given recent efforts across the United States to expand the use of involuntary hospitalization, the authors call for systematic data collection to monitor, study, and guide the use of this intervention. And like, yeah, we should definitely get more data on that to do it like the best we can. So what do we do if they do not go to treatment voluntarily when they clearly need it? Not taking the board's side, obviously. Just want to know what the options would be. I genuinely, on this topic, I do not know enough. I do not have this one pre-thought out, you know? Let's see. For instance, a 15-year study using propensity score matching in Germany found treatment on unlocked psychiatric units was associated with decreased probabilities of suicide attempts and absconding compared with treatment on locked units. These types of studies are thought-provoking, but also have methodological concerns, including the potential for confounding factors. One study examined Virginia's use of temporary detention orders that lasted up to 48 hours before commitment hearings. However, hearings could be held earlier or delayed, applying comparisons along a spectrum ranging from 24 to 96 hours of detention. Let's see. Found that increasing temporary detention order length was associated with reduced risk of subsequent hospitalization after commitment hearings, suggesting that longer psychiatric holds may facilitate stabilization. Yet in some circumstances, longer TDOs might also lead to longer total time in the hospital. Interesting. Yeah, despite the controversies surrounding involuntary psychiatric hospitalization, many would likely agree that its use should be limited as a last resort when all other options have run out. Whether or not research-based methods can ultimately answer every question about involuntary psychiatric hospitalization, it remains clear far too many questions remain unexplored. Yeah, honestly, this kind of seems like an issue where we need a lot more data, you know? And honestly, like, yeah. And yeah, I agree. I think like social services being run well would likely very, very, very much, I would argue would reduce a lot of the need for these types of programs. but I don't think we would ever like fully eliminate it, you know? Like I think there will always be a need for like a place people can go to like calm down and be safe, you know? Can we all just agree that this Freddy guy can go fuck himself? Oh, absolutely. I just got genuinely curious about like what we knew about involuntary commitment. And my conclusion is we kind of need to know more.
Like he was in a state that was where he was going to die of something sooner or later because he was so unhealthy. These activists, disability activists who I fight with all the time, they love to talk about autonomy and freedom and independence, but there is no autonomy or freedom or independence when your brain is being hijacked by a defect of neurochemistry. Like I am not free when I am psychotic. I am quite the opposite of free. And I think it's really important that people at home know if.
And you know, I will give Freddy this. I think that like this is an issue he struggles with himself. He's probably familiar with like the mental health care system, at least in his area. Like I'll give him credit. He probably has some pretty strong feelings about this based on the experiences he's lived through, you know? That doesn't make me like him more. But I think like and I think that his statement on Jordan Neely there is pretty indefensible. But I think like right here where he's talking about you know, how he's not free when he's having like a psychiatric break or psychiatric, like a psychotic break. That makes sense. Yeah.
If they don't, we have been making it harder to involuntarily treat.
I mean, he also talks about how he was involuntarily committed in the past. Like he's been through that process in the past.
People for 60 plus years. There's been a whole string of policy choices, of laws passed, of court decisions that have made it harder and harder and harder to compel someone to get care when they really need it. And part of the wreckage of all this are families who desperately want their loved ones to take their medications and stay in treatment. And we have not created the policy atmosphere where it's possible to force them to when they really need to be forced.
What would you say to those who push back against your argument here and say, well, we've already had experiences with the asylums of yesteryear and they were awful, the conditions were terrible, people were mistreated, and we don't want to go back to that? Because that is a common argument or counterpoint that people make.
Sure. Some of the asylums certainly were awful. It's not the case that all of them were. Unfortunately, when you talk to people about this, their reference point is almost always a handful of movies. There is no attempt to sort of access actual historical data on this question. You know, if I ever hear someone refer to One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest one more time, I'm going to lose it.
I mean, Come on, they were not good places to be. I mean, they weren't like One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, but let's be real, they were not good places that you wanted to hang out and be.
Reality is that, yes, there were absolutely many things about the asylums that were ugly and undesirable. But again, we started the deinstitutionalized process, and a ton of people were not shepherded out of the asylums into, you know, autonomous and successful lives. They just ended up on the streets.
Well, that's because of Reagan. That's Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan just just cut all the funding and threw them out onto the streets. Like, famously so. Like, they weren't like integrated back into society. They were just literally like handed bus tickets into the middle of nowhere, and like someone tipped their hat and was like, good luck. Is it any wonder that they did not wind up building happy and successful lives when they were sent out into the world like with nothing?
It is incredible to me that people think that sleeping under a bridge is somehow better than being an inpatient in an asylum. Of course, we need to always put patient safety and patient rights as a paramount part of all of this. But the reality is, these people cannot define another possible way in which we might save these people than through compelling treatment. The fundamental issue, you said it yourself about Jordan Neely, he was diverted out after randomly assaulting a 60-plus-year-old person for no reason. He was diverted out of jail through a mental health treatment program, which is exactly what we want and what liberals want. But as you said, he just walked out the door. And if we actually want to be humane, we have to come up with a systemic solution to a systemic problem.
Also, to be clear, I think having a system like that would be fine for some people. Some people, and this is from just like research, some people benefit from a more open door, like come and go, like, yeah, you can leave but come back at the end of the day. Some people benefit from that type of freedom, like there's mental benefits associated with that. And then some people are in the middle of a psychotic episode and like need to like stay for a bit. And I think we certainly have the capability of designing a system that accounts for that. But like, what it kind of seems like he's advocating for is just like anyone who's homeless and has a mental illness needs to be involuntarily committed, and that seems really bad.
Which everybody talks about all the time now is systemic solution.
Yeah, exactly. Where we draw the line is an incredibly hard question, Mfaz, JBS, and I don't feel like I know enough to know where to draw that line. I'm not like an expert on this or anything, and like when I did a cursory search, it didn't seem like there was a consensus on it either. So,
but you can't just say the word programs, right? I mean, so often when I get into these debates with people who are opposed to involuntary commitment, I say, what should happen? What could we have done to save Jordan Neely? What could we do to save the people who are currently dying of gangrenous limbs in under park benches somewhere? And they say, oh, we need more programs. There needs to be government funding. There needs to be programs. The problem is none of that stuff matters if these people are treatment resistant because of their mental illness. It is a very common feature of psychotic disorders that they prevent people from being able to understand that they're sick. And if your solution is just give them voluntary programs, the problem is that's tried many places. It's been tried for many years.
See, part of the issue I have with this framing is that I think if a lot of people who are listening just take him at his word here, it sounds like there's a lot of like all the homeless people are mentally ill. And thus need to be involuntarily committed. But I don't think that's the case. Like, the vast majority of people who are homeless are not mentally ill. And those who are not treatment resistant. They would be fine if they had the ability to go get help. What he's talking about and fixating on here is a very small minority of the homeless population. And we certainly have the resources to be able to figure out a solution for them. Absolutely. Had to travel to the hospital in an ambulance with a housemate who had a break and leave them in the hospital for an involuntary admittance. There's a process. Yeah, exactly. Treatment resistant means they're not doing their job as mental health care professionals. Exactly. Like, that's what's so frustrating. Shouldn't have to shackle them to their bed in the treatment facility. I mean, maybe in in extreme cases, but that's likely the very, very minority of scenarios. Ay, ay, ay. He's talking from his experience with his mental health. Yeah. Knowing how being dehumanized over and over again eventually leads to people having a way harder time recovering from anything. When you feel dehumanized, it doesn't help anything. Yeah, I mean, it also doesn't help that, like, the longer you are put under the stress of being homeless, like, the more likely you are to develop, like, some pretty gnarly and severe, like, mental disorders. Because, like, that's a lot of stress for a human being. You get really dehumanized being homeless. And, like, again, having more social programs to provide housing, to provide food, to provide clothing, like, that all would help in innumerable different ways. All of my treatment has been voluntary except for one, and that process was observed. My care worker genuinely cared enough to get me out safely. The system can work. The issue is not the homeless, it's the quality of care and how it is disincentivized under the American system. Yeah. I wish I understood where those alerts were coming from to say thank you. I don't exactly know where you guys are sending me those little ding dongs, but I appreciate it. Let's finish this.
And if you can't compel people to stay in their treatment, they're just going to end up on the streets again.
Freddie, I could talk to you all day. There's so much work that you've put out there that I'm appreciative of, and I'm very appreciative that you came on the show today and discussed these controversial topics with us. Everyone, please go check out Freddie DeBoer's Substack. I promise you will not be disappointed. And Freddie, thank you again for coming on to speak with us. I hope you'll come back soon.
Thanks for having me.
That was shocking, man. Anna Kasparian inviting on and lauding and hyping up a member of the hereditarian left. That was... I mean, we finally come to the end. We finally came to the end of this segment, and I'm so disappointed. I feel like we've learned a lot through this process, but man, was that a lot to go through, a lot to handle. My God. Good night, Bubba Lou. I can't believe I had her on my show. Like, that's so surreal to me. Absolutely surreal. Ugh. Charlie, thank you for gifting Guacamole a sub. I very much appreciate that. A membership. Folks, we've now been going for 6.5 hours. Believe it or not, that segment took us 4 hours. It's probably the longest I have ever done on this show. And I hope you guys enjoyed it. That was a lot of work to put together. A lot of work to talk, too. My voice hurts. But if you enjoyed the show, please hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, and please consider dropping those subs, donos, and memberships, because that was a lot of work. that was a lot of work. Oh man. I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I don't know if enjoyment is necessarily the right word there. Yeah, Eleanor, I'm happy to do it. Yeah, stable housing, structured days, purpose in life, probably the most effective treatments there are for a lot of conditions. Yeah, I'd agree with that. As a sector worker, I appreciated the commentary. Ash and Phoenix, that means a lot. Thank you very much. And thank you for what you do. A lot of emotional labor, too. True! So much emotional labor. I've been on a roller coaster today. Do we got any Oilers out there? Oilers? Oh, my butt hurts. Oh god. I worked out a lot today. And my butt muscles hurt. Oof. UBI would also help, yeah. A lot of the stress can be economic too in nature. Butts and stuff. All right. I am going to go watch more episodes of Kaiju number 8 cuz I had the time to watch an episode of it today and it was really good and I liked it. It's pretty good. I would recommend it. It's pretty kick-ass and fun. What's that? It's a new anime about basically people who live. Let me put it this way. Basically, imagine an anime set in the world of Pacific Rim, and it's about a maintenance worker who cleans up after kaiju attacks, who has like a long lost dream of joining the defense force that fights against kaiju invasions, and he gets the ability to transform into a kaiju, and that reignites his desire to join the defense force, and he basically has to keep his kaiju identity a secret. It's fun. It's fun stuff. And also in like the first episode, he punches a monster so hard it makes blood rain down, and it's pretty badass. Yeah, it's pretty badass. It's pretty badass. But also it's fun for me as like an old person to watch it because it's about the main character is like a 32-year-old, so like it's a bit more relatable to where I'm at in life. And yeah, we're gonna do Illuminaughti tomorrow because it's 4:00 in the morning and I'm exhausted. Whoo! Yeah, we'll do the other stuff tomorrow. I can just tell that my brain is tired. Not a high schooler? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I support this. Have a wonderful night. Good night, you lovely beans. See you all tomorrow. Get good sleep, drink plenty of water, eat good food, get some sunshine. Bye, everybody. Oh, I should raid in to another channel. Let's see, who's up? We're gonna raid into Doodleburb. Bye, lovelies. See you tomorrow.